in spirit to the earth. Shadows find their due rebirth. My blade has fallen, but rises new. My final blow will still strike true. A gift that goes, but not my own. Wish to guide this power home through all the ghosts along the way. I live to fight another day. Breath of the young, kill the wind, the dragon within keeps the flesh. All I do is know my sin and the thing without my redeemed by the will of the undying spark, the wolf in the dark. The wolf in the dark. Land of conquest, age of war, the lights I've never seen before. With spirits rising, dead on rest. This immortality's a task, a gift to cast, but not my own. A wish to guide this power home through all the coasts along the way. I live to fight another day. Breath of the young, kill the wind, the dragon within keeps the flesh. All I do is know my sin and the thing without my redeemed by the will of the undying spark, the wolf in the dark. The wolf in the dark. The wolf in the dark.
Norn, everyone, and welcome to our third session of Dungeons & Dragons in First Edition Airlist. I swear one of these days I'll come up with a more stable and streamlined greeting, but yeah.
or at least we'll have like a full title of like the campaign saga and not just in Airlist. We'll have some stupid name for us.
I definitely am excited for that, yeah.
Or energy drinks. No, like, no joke. We made a game, and, like, all the items in our games was C4 energy drinks. It was great.
Jeez.
There are different variety of C4 energy drinks.
You have fun with that.
Plug of her favorite energy drink.
It keeps you up, even when you don't want to.
I'm gonna enjoy my dark chocolate almond milk over here while you drink that.
I'm not gonna tell you what I'm drinking.
Is it C4 energy drink?
It is not.
Sad. This is sad.
And just like that, you lost your promotion.
Exactly. You will join the C4 energy drink cult when I make it. It'll be interesting. If I'm gonna be its leader, the head honcho, I'm gonna be called Frozen Popsicle.
Lord.
Shall be called disappointment. The unwanted. Sounds trash. I believe that's the word used.
Trash?
Oh man.
Trash. Because what we'll do is our cult will see you, we'll pick you up, and then throw you in the trash. Not me. I'll get other people to pick you up and then throw you.
I was gonna say you ain't picking me up.
I said not me. I said I'll use my minions.
Yeah, listen, if all your minions are drinking C4, I'm pretty sure none of them are strong enough to pick me up.
C4 is literally meant as a pre-workout. I'm pretty sure it's strong enough.
It is not meant as a pre-workout. I have drank C4 before.
It says right here, it's been clearly shown to fight fatigue and improve muscular endurance within minutes of drinking C4. It's a pre-workout.
That's not pre-workout, that's energy drink. All energy drinks say that.
They're meant for pre-workout, but no one uses it for pre-workout. People who don't
Because
drink
it's
energy
not
drink.
good.
Yeah. No. Just because it's made for something doesn't mean it's good at that something.
Dude, that's like saying Red Bull was made to be the original energy drink. It just wasn't good at being the original energy drink.
Listen, Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, as I fly to the toilet.
Or fly.
We have fun here.
The awkward silence.
Listen, I can either talk a lot or not talk at all. It's your choice.
Either way.
Oh man.
Gosh.
This is gonna be a long session.
No, it's
The
not.
argument started and we haven't even gotten in character.
What do you mean? I'm always in character.
I am a character. At least that's what the jury told me.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
What are you sorry about? That you are in my cult? You
I'm
read,
not joining
you
that cult.
Trash.
Listen, I had
Significant
C4
little
one.
welch. I don't know.
Look, I had C4 one time and I didn't sleep for 6 days.
You're wrong. You're lying to me.
I don't sleep normally.
You don't. Listen.
My
listen,
average-
I say.
My average amount of sleep at night is about 2 hours.
Jeez.
Okay. Normally I would say sleep is for the weak, and I generally agree with that statement. However, no sleep in general is for the cowardly. You're a coward. You should sleep.
I shouldn't. I really shouldn't.
By what? Who told you to not sleep? Literally, it's written in our DNA that you need to go to bed like, every night, or at least once a night, or once every few nights, not 6.
Look, don't worry about it. The night is safe because of me. All you need need to know.
So listen, if I somehow see you,
That's all you need to know. You're safe at night because of me. The Amber Eyes aren't coming. You're fine.
Or are you the Amber Eyes?
I'm not yet.
Yet. See? No one listens.
Oh Lord.
I'm not the crazy one here. I swear, I am like the sane one. I am the normal one. I'm surrounded by crazy.
Rosalind, I think we're all crazy.
No. This is what it is.
Listen, if you're gonna know the Super Mario theme, at least do it right.
I never did what?
You used "no" too much and it started to sound like a Super Mario theme. So I wanted to scold you because you weren't doing it fully right.
I wasn't even doing the Super Mario theme. Doing it like, not on purpose makes it even better.
I got it stuck in my head.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
That's okay. I have 1,000 songs I could easily replace it with.
Yes, use one of those 1,000 million songs. Or whatever, I don't know. I'm just looking at numbers and words. Words are hard.
Yes, words them hard.
Less word, do more. We do this entire session by doing less word, do more. Try to make it.
Caveman!
We do that the entire time because we can still get through it. We don't need big long
We're gonna
words.
listen. We're just gonna look. We're gonna unga bunga the whole session.
We're gonna unga bunga the entire galungas.
Alright. So, a couple of announcements for you guys. Just because we made a few changes in the background. First things first, Rosalind has changed her class. Sorry, I'm pointing in the wrong direction. Rosalind has changed her class. She is no longer an illusionist. She is going to be a bard, which is a lot different than 5th edition bard. I made many changes. One of them was a big nerf. I don't like 5th edition bard.
I can be extremely powerful, and I'm gonna be more powerful than 5th edition. So powerful that you should nerf it even more. That's what's gonna happen.
Look.
In your dreams.
What the?
Look. As much as I'd like to agree with you, you said I couldn't become super overpowered at level 1 with my dwarf, and I hit 15 damage in one hit.
Oh no! Here, listen. You can be powerful. I'm not saying that's not. I'm not saying that's not possible. With spellcasters, the more creative you are, the more powerful you're going to be. With physical fighters, the stronger your strength is, and the higher your level gets, the stronger you'll be. But also how you word your attacks. So you are incredibly powerful, yeah, but your strength can only go I think 2, maybe 3 points higher than this, and then you hit your cap regarding strength. After that, it's just tactics. Rosalind needs to learn how to be creative with her spells. But, and this is for the audience at home too, bards do not have any offensive or defensive spells. They have crowd control spells and charm spells and enchantment spells. That's about it.
Utility.
Yeah, well, not even just utility, because they don't have access to things like enlarge or things like that. They don't have druid spells. They don't have any of that. They have specifically mind and emotion affecting spells. And I'm probably gonna make a video about why I chose that.
That works perfectly for me.
Yeah, but I'm probably gonna make a video about that, explaining why I chose that and how it's supposed to work. But that's for another time. Today we got the session. So, are you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm always
Yeah.
ready.
All right, there we go. So essentially, your characters are traveling through town, and actually, it doesn't even have to town. It could be any place, any location, really. And as you guys are kind of walking along, you notice a couple of gold coins that had fallen and went into an open doorway.
Wait a minute. These coins fell to the ground and rolled into an open doorway.
No. There's a trail of them. Not in a straight line, but someone dropped them on their way in.
Shall?
Well, that's a great story hook. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh,
Grimshaw? Grimshaw? How about we...
Piece of candy.
No, I know it! Literally, it's like... Grimshaw, I don't believe it will be wise of us to follow those coins. You know, if we follow those coins, I believe we're going to walk into a trap. It's literally obvious. Even your pea-sized brain should see that. I am right here. I literally, I don't...
Get on. Hang on. Get on my level.
Why? Why don't you get on my level? I'm right here.
Okay, I grab her and I bring her down to my level. I'd like to see you stop me.
Alright, so you guys are basically just following the trail.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the trail.
Rosalind, do you follow Grimjaw?
No, I do not. I look around my surroundings to see if there's anyone suspicious.
Roll an intelligence check.
Got you. Uh, 19.
You don't see anyone. You see people walking back and forth down the street, but that's about it.
Hi.
Candy. Piece of candy.
I want to walk like 5 feet behind him and just like look around and stay aware, just to see if anything happens. Because he's gonna be, you know, if something happens, he's gonna be the first person to get hurt. I'm just gonna stay here and watch.
Wait a
what he
minute.
does.
I start thumbing the side to see if it's chocolate.
That doesn't exist in this world.
No, chocolate doesn't. I want my
No, the chocolate coins.
I had to make sure.
No, he like takes a bite out of them and he's like, ah.
Immersion busters, everyone.
The coins are imposters.
Alright.
Actually, technically, biting a coin was a thing back then.
Oh yeah, I get that. I'm talking about the thumbing it for the wrapper.
He needed to. He was just checking if the coin was sus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
it's genuine gold coin.
fantastic. I'm making money, and I don't even have to do anything this time.
If you die,
It's all your fault. I got it.
no. If you die, luckily you're doing all the work. I can just take the money from you if you die, so it's fine. Fine, do the work for me.
Alright, so you said you were staying 5 feet behind him?
Yeah, like 5 feet behind him.
He's about 10 feet into this doorway at this point. And he's still picking up coins.
Can I look inside the doorway? Like I inch slowly inside and look around. Like I'm like halfway out, halfway inside.
Yeah, you can. It's pitch black.
I turn around.
Grimshaw,
You know
get out of here. It seems literally it's dark, and you know this is gonna lead to someone kidnapping you. I know you're short and strong, but you're short, and that's a problem.
what's in there?
It looks like an abandoned warehouse. Like there's a couple of what do you call it? There's like boxes. There's a couple chairs and tables, things like that.
Grimshaw, did he get
You,
all
s-
your coins
you
off?
see like a coin bag that essentially coin purse that fell down, which is where you're being led to.
Grimshaw, don't step towards the coin purse.
You
Stop
can't
for a
see it.
second.
You can't see it.
Yeah, you can. He can see it because he has infravision.
Of course, I'm blind, like always.
Although I will say it's kind of like a vague impression because it's not a heat source itself.
Yeah.
Grimshaw, what are you seeing in there? I don't see anything.
I know. Just climb in. It's fine. Just
Why
get
would-
close.
Grimshaw,
Get
this is
close. Come on.
We're
It's
going,
okay. Come on.
are you an idiot?
It's rude to stand in the doorway.
Well, what's gonna happen is if I step in, the door is gonna magically shut and some magical happenstance is gonna happen.
It's better than doing nothing all day.
You want to get killed?
I want to know who would leave this money sitting out like this.
Well, I want to hold the door open, you grab some money, and then we're running the heck out of here.
No, this sounds like fun now.
Alan, you think dying or possibly getting into trouble is fun?
Yeah, don't you?
No! At all! hall if we're going to get out right now because someone is going to get you. This is literally a trap. Can I see if I can detect anything around me? Like, can I just like...
Detect what? What are you looking for?
Magic, particularly. Detect magic.
If you want to cast Detect Magic, you can.
I have a psionic that's detect magic.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works. So yeah, you just kind of like scan the area to see if you can detect any kind of magic whatsoever. You do notice something in the air, but you can't really latch it onto any one object.
Grimshaw, something is here. Something is here. I can feel it in my bones. Get out of here.
You've got weak bones anyway. You probably feel the wind.
Fine, Grimshaw. Listen, you're literally in a dark room. I sense something is in here. And obviously this is like 101 trap making. Get out. Let's go. If you
Why are
don't
you
leave
so
now-
afraid all of a sudden?
I'm always afraid. Because
What's got your panties in a twist?
Because, listen, I don't want to die. I want to see you die because guess what? You're like my human shield. I don't want to get rid of my human shield. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, but not today.
I think that's like doubly insulting to him because you called him a shield, but you also called him a human shield.
I'm going in farther now. Yeah, I'm just completely walking away from her.
You're like a human. It's literally perfect.
Yeah, well, he's walking away from you now.
Okay. Well, can I use like empathy to see if I can feel any emotions around me?
You don't. Is that a cantrip? Because you don't have your tier 1 spells yet.
Yeah, no, that's a psionic.
Oh gosh. Okay, you need to specify you're using psionic or not, because psionic happens before anything else.
Okay, I'll say psionic and then I'll say the stuff.
Do you remember what it does?
Empathy, I can detect any, like, I can detect emotion that's around me.
Okay, you're feeling his anger, but that's about it.
I don't feel any other emotion around me.
If you want to include the crowd behind you that's walking back and forth up the street, then no.
Grimshaw? I detect that you're angry. I'm like, I know that you're mad.
Yeah, you can feel it boiling. Like you can feel it seething hatred.
Okay, Grimshaw, I'm sorry. I take back what I said if you come back outside.
Still
I'm
gathering.
still like holding the door. And I'm like in the doorway, like, come on.
Just still gathering the coin slowly. Just kind of looking around while I'm doing it. Trying to get a lay of the land a little
Please
bit.
hurry up. Please hurry up.
Just
Literally.
leisurely doing it. As
Can I look
slow as
behind me
possible.
if anyone's coming behind me?
I'm making
No one's coming up behind you.
I'm like
make-
just oddly suspicious of everything. Can I? This is literally trap making 101, Grimshaw. Do I see? Well, I can't see anything. I'm blind. I'm not gonna go in. I am not going in. I know what's gonna happen. I am not going inside the room. Grimshaw, get out of here.
Hang on, I'm gonna message you something. You got it?
You need to explain how you want. Oh wait, you're okay. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. All right, so I want you to roll me a D100.
$53.
Okay, so you noisily start making your way around the area, especially since you're wearing armor. Rosalind, as you're screaming at him and all kind of stuff, you're hearing him make no response to you as he rummages around the warehouse, bumping into stuff, rummaging around, hearing doors open and close. Then you hear silence.
Grimshaw! Grimshaw, are you okay? Grimshaw? Okay, I use my psionic and I use empathy to see if I can feel the emotion around me to like roughly where he is.
Anger.
Do I roughly...
What's okay? Okay, really quick. Is it a radius around you, or is it a direct, or is it wherever you're facing?
Around me, like, it's like around me, like around me, not like...
And what's the radius?
Okay. Thank you for showing me what's, what's it called?
Outline.
An outline is. That is very nice.
Yeah, she's been using the D&D spell document that I have on Google Docs, which is enormous, and she never knew how to do the outline. So she was just scrolling up and down the infinite number of pages.
No, I was doing Control F. However, there's too many things, and it just didn't work. Okay.
So 30 feet.
It is area effect, one double wide path.
So it is not all around you. It's a specific area. So essentially, 10 feet wide path.
So like wherever I'm looking at then.
Yeah, pretty much.
So while I'm looking while my face is like scanning and I'm like halfway in the doorway, I'm like looking this way and looking this way.
All right. You don't sense anything.
Grimshaw, is there any response?
About a minute goes by.
I could just leave him here.
Then you get, as you say that, you feel yourself being picked up from behind.
Okay, guys, while he's picking me up, I am freaking using my zap and whacking him in the head.
Roll with, I'm gonna say with disadvantage actually, because you're trying to whack him from behind.
You're trying to whack me when I'm from behind you.
So I'm rolling like my d20, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got you. 8. Do I use my flank modifier?
You don't hit.
Yeah, I don't hit. I go to whack
Well,
him.
that depends. Grimshaw, do you have a helmet on?
I do not.
Then your AC would be 10. Yeah. Yeah, that's something people don't think about very often. Oh, I have armor. That works. It's like, yeah, does it protect your head? I don't think so.
Can I slap him in the back of the head?
What did you roll again?
She didn't say
Eight.
anything about that, did she?
And that was with disadvantage, or that was your first roll?
First roll.
Roll again.
Ah!
Oh.
16!
So,
You got the 8.
yeah.
So I hit him?
No.
Ah! So what happens?
You just get pushed into the warehouse.
Yeah, he...
Just kind of like carries you.
Except you guys don't get pushed into a warehouse.
Yeah. I got all the money though, right?
Let me describe what you have essentially ran yourself into. Here we go. So you find yourselves exiting through a large 15-foot wide stone doorway, which quickly closes shut behind you. Not the wooden doorway of the warehouse. You are standing on a stone dais with steps down to a larger circular room. The chamber you're standing in is 55 feet in diameter and 85 feet tall. Immediately surrounding the dais are 4 statues of spellcasters, as well as 2 statues of armored warriors on either side of the dais. Let me describe the walls and ceiling for you real quick, just the general area. The walls are essentially made of a strong marble with a golden color and golden texture and shine, and the floors are made of heavy stone granite of a orange-red variety.
This is all of human design, right?
I'm getting there, hold on. So along the walls of the chamber, from top to bottom, are bookshelves filled with books of every sort. There are no ladders, though you do see several circular marble tiles above about 5 feet in width, with strange markings along them, along the edges of the room. There are also various statues of fantastical creatures along the supports of the walls, including those of dragons. There are 2 sets of stone doors to the west side of the chamber. Now, let me bring you guys over to the page so you can see this room with your eyes.
I have an idea of the first thing that
Remember, you can rotate by clicking it, holding E, and then scrolling.
I see nothing. At least while I'm in it's the library, right? That's what it's called, Roll20. Oh, now I see something. It's just taking forever to load.
I thought you were already on there.
I am on there. It's taking forever to load.
Grimshaw, can you see it?
Yeah, I can, but I can't do the whole as a working scroll.
You gotta get that fixed, bro. All right, let me change this up for you then, so you can just look
No,
at
I
it.
can do it. It's just mine's very spazzy.
Do you want me to go ahead and just give you full vision, so you don't have to worry about that?
No, I'll get it to work.
Okay.
Wait, how do I turn around? You press E and then you...
Hold E. Sorry, click it, hold E, and
Oh,
then scroll.
I got it. I did like click and I'm like, that's not scroll, that's clicking. Okay. I have an idea of what I want to do though. Can I do something real quick before I do anything else?
What do you want to do?
Can I try to smack Grimshaw in the back of the head once more?
Roll to hit. Are you rolling with a sap or not sap? Because sap is meant to knock out.
Oh, I'm doing it with the staff because I am pissed. 13.
That hits. So Grimshaw, you kind of get up. You're like, what the punk? So you hit Grimshaw, and he starts rolling down the stairs to the bottom to the bottom of the dais.
Laugh it up now. Laugh it up now.
I call it. I'm sure I'll roll it.
I'm surrounded by an idiot.
I'm fucking insane! I'm fucking insane!
I am surrounded by an idiot.
Listen, I may be smart, but this may not be good at vocabulary. Or grammar.
Properly thinking.
So, is he just unconscious, like, down the stairs?
Yeah, he's at the base of the steps of the dais, unconscious.
That sounds good. I should probably wake him up. I just need that revenge. Can I go down and try to wake him up now?
He's unconscious.
There's no way I can wake him up from unconscious. That's fine. Either way,
I'm sure there's some scientific way, but you have to roll an intelligence check to see if you know that
Okay, let's
particular
see.
method.
I should be able to. Let's see. 12.
Is that with your modifiers?
Yeah, with my modifier.
Okay. Yeah, you find a method to do it. You kind of wait a minute or two and then press a certain nerve.
Like shake him real hard. I'm like, get the heck up!
No.
I
You're
guess-
pulling. You just pull a Sherlock Holmes. You just kind of like, open the folds, lean down, press the nerve, and he's up.
Okay, cool. I'm like, wake up!
Why'd you do that?
Because now we're in. I would have loved it. But you know what? We're stuck here now, and I need my shield, to be alive. In a way, well, you're on alive. But be awake so we can get out of here. You're the one who got us.
Yeah, and I'm about to be the only one walking out if you keep that up. What was that?
You want me to do it again?
I'm gonna take her knees.
No!
I pull out my hammer. I'm like, you want to bring out your little stick? I'll bring out my big stick.
Listen, at the very least, I don't actually harm you. I get all the satisfaction without any consequences.
Yeah, and I realize that pain is a great deterrent.
Whatever. We're in a situation because of you, and you're gonna get us out. So let's go investigate and get out of here. You got that, Grimshaw?
No, you're the smart one. You can figure it out. This is all book writing.
No. I would love to figure this out for myself, but then again, what if something attacks me? And I don't feel like killing it.
Yeah. I forgot to answer Grimshaw's question from earlier. It looks like it was made by humans, yeah, but also other races. Like it looks like it was a team effort.
Hey, Grimshaw, you should look at those statues. I think you really like those. They're hard, like your head.
I think you should start reading those books. They're soft like your knees.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you one day. Okay.
I would have kept going with that joke. I would have just gone like soft like your knees. Wait a moment, and then go and your arms, and your legs, and your head, and your.
Oh no. You see, I'm only going for the knees because I still need her head. I need her to figure out how to get out of here.
Oh,
Well, I'm just gonna take her
head.
knees and then tell her that the more she puts up a fight, the more limbs I'm going to take.
I'm intimidated by you.
I mean, you should be.
You did see him like single-handedly smash a shielded arm to the point where it was fractured and useless.
No, I would be intimidated by you, but then again, we're like working together, and I have a feeling you won't hurt.
The only reason you're still alive right now is because your money keeps flowing.
Exactly. So, let's go find what we need. So,
The fact that you tried to take some of the money that I found myself out of my pocket means that that contract could be up at any time I wanted to now.
Do you think I'm intimidated? You're too short to be intimidating.
Do you think I'm kidding?
I know you're not kidding. But then again, you're the one who got us out. Got us into this mess.
I'm gonna pommel strike her chest.
You said you're gonna pommel strike her?
Yes.
It's like not actually in a full-on attack, but like a.
Like a pommel strike, like a stunning strike.
Okay,
You
roll
aim-
to hit.
You aim to stun. Does a 21 hit?
You said at the chest? Roll a strength check for me. Yep.
With modifier? 21.
Can I have a question? Can I, like, do something in between him hitting me or no?
Only psionics.
Psionics?
That's the only thing fast enough for this.
Darn it. I use invisibility. It's like only invisibility.
Okay, so you essentially get launched invisibly to the other side of the room, as he doesn't just no. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that with his thing. He essentially pulled it out so fast that when he hit you, he wasn't pommel striking. He was batting you up like baseball. You get knocked across the room. He can hear you sliding across the floor, and then see the bookshelf shake a little bit as you hit it, and a couple of books fall on top of you.
Son of a...
Oh, hold on a second.
You just hear son of a...
You also receive 6 points of damage from that.
Wow.
You want to keep playing, lass?
Rosalind,
I can go all day.
Rosalind, after that hit, you essentially coughed out some blood.
Okay, well, I become uninvisible. I'm like, touche. Now let's get what we need done. I like get up. I'm like just wiping the blood from my mouth. I'm like,
You're struggling to get up. Like you could, it
I
feels.
know what feel. I act like. Can I do like what's it called? Can I do a roll to see how much I act like it was like nothing, like while getting up?
That would be a con check and a charisma check at the same time.
Can I do that?
Roll a con check first.
Okay. 11.
Roll a charisma check. D100 versus Grimshaw's charisma.
Okay.
So
So
sorry,
D100.
versus Grimshaw's intelligence.
Okay, so I roll a D100.
What?
So I roll a D100. Oh, wait, sorry. I got a 55.
Alright, intelligence is D20, not D100. Nat 20?
No, I rolled an 18.
Okay. Alright, so you can tell that she is pretty hammered from that blow. She's probably dealing with a couple of bruises. You expected maybe a broken bone or two, and she's trying to make it look like she's able to handle it, but she's clearly struggling with it. She's not like falling to the ground or anything like that, but it is something she's dealing with.
Like, touche. Let's just... Whatever, let's just do what we need so we can get out of here and enter the house, right? That's a mistake. So, I want to go towards the books, because why wouldn't
You were.
Oh, you're already at the books.
I'm already there. See, exactly. He made my life much easier. Well, I'm still slightly pissed. So, can I investigate the books?
Yeah, what are you looking for?
I am looking for any books that can relate to, like, I want to see if there's any spell books I can grab.
Roll an intelligence check.
Okay.
So sorry for ruining this library already.
I got a 5!
You got a what?
I got a 5! I look at like, these are books.
These are my toes.
You see fiction novels of every genre. You see autobiographies. You see books about the arcane. You see books about magic. You see books about arts. You see books about religion. You see books about warlocks. You see books about geography, history. You see books about, what do you call it, prophecies in the future. You see books about language. You see books about medical. You see alchemy, military, combat, music, plants, monsters, marine, politics, psionics, sciences, social, planar, engineering, architecture, reference, everything. And like every time you think, okay, so maybe there's another category here, it's just everywhere. And you realize, and you just look up at the 80-foot tall bookshelf with, it's just, you're realizing how, like, looking through it, trying to find something specific, you're realizing now how enormous this place is.
How are you doing over there?
Tel, I have a question.
Yeah.
How hard did I hit her to send her 25 feet towards the wall?
You are very strong. Look, this is how I'm playing it off. So you are incredibly strong.
Yeah.
That is of no doubt. You hit her with a very solid weapon, with the highest of hit, the highest of strength. So the way I play it off is because you're angry, you put a little more force in there than you intended.
No, I'm not arguing that. I'm just like, good God, man.
Grimsaw!
Hey.
Do you find anything of interest?
No, I'm still laughing.
Grimshaw, you're good at either being stupid
You
or being an
flew
idiot
like my Aunt
or hating
Mary's
things.
Sunday pie.
Grimshaw, you literally got us into this mess. Can you please at least do one thing right?
I could. You said you flying again?
You know, you could also do, maybe you can send that hammer flying into one of those stone statues. Get that in here, you know. Or, I don't know what you're doing right now. I don't care at the moment.
No, it's good craftsmanship. Why would I ruin good craftsmanship?
Because, yeah, can I analyze the statues? Like, do I know it's made by just humans, or do I know it's made by humans and the more like other species?
You can roll an investigation check.
Doing that. But I need to. I got an 8. Well, either way, I don't care what's gonna happen. Like, I
Han
just
Solo.
I just want you to know that these statues are probably made by humans, and I know you love humans. So why don't you try to get that?
Okay, see, you say that. You're saying like there's a problem made by humans. You give it a second glance, and you're like, well, actually, there looks like it's. You're looking at it, and it looks like it was really well made. Like, you see a little bit of like elvish curves in there and things like that.
Oh,
So.
I'm like,
Like there's again, it looks like this library is built by multiple races.
can I use my psionic detect magic around me? In the area?
Yeah, you can.
Do I detect any magic?
Let me think.
I don't feel anything.
You feel something on the door, but that's about it.
Hey, Grimshaw,
What?
go towards the door. Or I just masked statues, but I think you should go towards the door.
Or I could throw you towards the door.
Why would no? Because if I die, then you won't be here next. So go towards the door.
Wait, hang on. If you die, I could just take the money off your corpse.
No, I have some more money, so you can somewhere else. You don't know where it is.
How do I know you're not lying? 2, I don't need all your money. And your death would be funny to me.
I have a
This
question. I have a question.
I have an
How
answer.
much money would make you happy?
Well, I am trying to branch out in my family business.
So give me an estimate. How much money would make you happy?
Oh, for surveying, location, materials needed to build, to start. It's 50,000 gold.
Well, you start going towards that door, you may see something. One for Delos' own venture.
Where are you guys currently looking?
At the door!
She's looking at the door. I'm kind of like halfway between her and the door. So I'm like that.
Okay. So while she's telling you this and trying to convince you to open the door, you're kind of like midway sentence through explaining what you need, and then you see one of the doors start to open up. Not the big sets of doors, the ones off to the west side.
One's off. So. I can never do this right. So the ones that I'm looking at, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Is that the door that had that I detected the magic from?
No, the one you detected magic on was the big center one. The one that's on the dais.
Well, I don't think Grimshaw, that's the door I was speaking of. I was speaking of the door right, on the dais.
No, I know, but he's not looking at you. He's looking at those doors, and in the middle of his conversation, he sees the door starting to open.
Do I see it as well?
No, you're paying attention to the big door.
Oh, great. Okay, great. I'm like, so Grimshaw, would you like to go towards the door? And I
No.
don't even know it's that door. Okay.
I just motion for her to get behind one of the statues at this point.
Can I use my psionic empathy to see if I can feel any emotion that's coming from where he's looking?
Yeah, you feel curiosity.
Not
Oh,
from
wait.
him or
Hold on, let me double check.
like, do I feel it from Grimshaw or do I feel it from something else?
No, you don't feel curiosity from Grimshaw.
wrong
You still
way.
feel a mixture of anger and concern.
Grimshaw? I
It is literally at the edge of your detection. Yeah, you can detect curiosity from another source.
On top of anger and concern.
Grimshaw, get your hammer ready, but don't attack yet. It
The
might-
hammer's still in my hand at this point. I
I'm
never put it.
I'm saying get it. I'm like, get it even more ready. But I don't detect hostility. It's coming closer, I think. I'm going to become invisible. Cool.
You literally become invisible just as the thing slips in.
So does it know that I was there?
Are you ready to hear the description?
Yes.
Alright, here we go. What you're looking at is what appears to be a... what is it? It appears to be a 3'5" small, thin, and lanky body. It has 4 tendrils, 2 of which it's using to walk on. Where is it? Where the creature's head should be appears to be a star, like a glowing orb of light. Its quote-unquote face appears to be a carved, blank, angular mask with a single slitted line for its eye, and whatever the creature's spine is goes up and curves around the back of the star. The star is currently shining with intense brightness, but it starts to dim down when it spots you guys.
Well, does it spot me because I'm invisible?
You don't know. It's looking directly at Grimshaw right now.
Perfect.
The tendrils are all about 6 feet long. And yeah, that's basically what this creature looks like. I don't have a picture for you guys. I gotta do a commission for that, but as of right now.
I stay as silent as possible, and I use detect magic.
And I'm just gonna remain as non-hostile towards this thing, but very apprehensive. This thing is magical, and I hate it.
Rosalind,
I'm not like.
it is in fact magical. You can sense that it is in fact magic.
Is it like an intense magic, or is it like, do I just detect magic?
The entire thing is run on magic. Let's put it that way.
Oh shit.
Like, it wouldn't exist without magic.
I could have told you that.
Well, I'm not saying anything. My character's saying as silent as possible. I'm the same silent character. My apologies, I didn't specify.
No, I know. No, I know. You're fine. I could have.
Both of you hear in your head, "Greetings. Welcome to the library."
I want to be like, I want to instantly become uninvincible. I'm like, oh shit! What are you?
I'm just gonna look at him. I'm like, sorry for the mess. My friend
I
here.
literally just become uninvincible because I'm like, I've heard it too. I'm like, oh my god. And I probably think, oh god, I know that I'm here. What are you?
Yeah, it doesn't answer you at first. It looks at the mess and it starts moving over at a rate of 150 feet per round or minute, on its tendrils over to the mess and starts putting all the books back where they belong real quick. Takes it about 10 seconds to do so. After that, it then turns to you and goes, "Apologies. It's part of our duties to keep everything maintained."
No, we made the mess. Well, my friend there made the mess.
He looks over at Rosalind and says, "I see. Then a small fee of 10 gold pieces per book."
How many books did you have?
Not destroyed, just fell over.
How many books?
14 books.
I would like to reconfirm that I didn't actually purposely do that. My apologies. I got thrown into it by my companion here, so I like. moved
But you
back,
did.
like-
You were the one who struck the bookcase and caused the books to fall. Yes. then that
What
will be
hap-
your fee.
I currently do not have. Is there any other way I can? You can consider payments.
Do you have any works of knowledge to donate to the library?
She's a bloody scholar, apparently.
And like I like bring like my traveling book out. I'm like, technically I have my book of cantrips. That will suffice.
It kind of takes the book from you with its tendril, puts it into its little hands, and starts looking it over. We do not get many bard spells. We have plenty of these, but it's always nice to add to the collection.
Well, if that can suffice. I apologize. I didn't have the accent like that. Please take that as well.
I will.
Thank you. In my head, I'm like screaming as loud as I can. I'm like mentally like I'm gonna kill myself, but you know.
Keep in mind, keep in mind, it's not saying anything out loud. Everything it says is being broadcasted to your minds. So everything it's communicating telepathically.
Everything you say in your mind, it hears.
Okay, that's not good.
Any unshielded thoughts, yes.
Well, I'm gonna shield my thoughts and then scream in the back of my head.
Scream out loud, it'll be funnier.
Can I use my psionics defense mode mental barrier?
It kind of like turns its head to you and goes, "You are psionic."
So I'm guessing you are as well.
It is the only way we communicate.
Well, true. Well, I haven't met another fellow psionic in quite a long time, so greetings. Hopefully my non-psionic book will be of use to you. And I'm kind of in shock. I didn't think I'd need another psionic in my lifetime.
It just kind of nods.
Yeah.
Um,
And I would normally mentally scream. However, I can't. So me in real life is mentally screaming. But my character, because I can't mentally scream. Okay, then what happens?
it goes on to do like its whole little spiel about the library. So it explains that its name is Its name is Nordis, and it is a greeter of the library. He can help you find something that you need, or at least bring you to the area where you can find it. In addition to that, he gives you the rules. Basically, don't damage any of the books. If you want to buy any books, you can, as long as it's not the only original copy. He says to be, show caution, treat the library well, and enjoy your stay.
Well, may I ask you a question, sir?
It asks you, what's the question?
My question is, I want to say first off that we got here through happenstance. We didn't come here on purpose. So, do you know where the exit is?
It points to the big door you came in from, which is attached to nothing.
Is that? You're not joking, aren't you?
I am not.
Can you?
Excuse me, Norbert.
It corrects you and says Nordis.
Nordis. Sorry. I was only half listening. I tend to tune out when she starts talking.
Be nice.
How does it work?
It tells you that there's chambers where there's several chambers which act as a lock. You have to unlock all the chambers in order to open the door again.
So you're telling me we're stuck here until we go and unlock the door to get out.
See, Grimshaw's is great. See, that's something else you did.
It tells you yes, that is the case, and it also tells you don't worry. The library provides food and nourishment as well as a place for sleep, should you need it.
Grimshaw. Sir, is there anything we should be wary of while we're here?
He looks at you and says, as long as you don't, damage the books, you should be good.
Grimshaw, I see this as a golden opportunity.
Really, this looks more like silver to me.
Well.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I forgot. There's one more thing I forgot to describe about the creature. My bad. Its body, its physical body, it looks like it's made out of pure silver.
Oh my god, that's even better.
That works out. Grimshaw, I know what you're thinking, but he seems kind. Before we do anything, I would like to ask, what's his name again?
Nordis.
Nordis.
The funny thing is, Sherlock Holmes would forget someone's name like that.
Nordis. I did give you my book for knowledge of my cantrips, but I was since I don't have any other books that I can use spells on at the moment anymore. Is there any bard spells that I could find here that I could possibly buy?
There are many here. However, I would recommend buying your own. What do you call it? He recommends buying a spell book, an empty one, and then finding bard spells that you can write and copy spells into it. Because he tells you right now, if you couldn't pay the fee for knocking down a few books, you're not going to be able to pay for the number of spells that you're asking for.
Well, is there any way I can get a new spell book?
Tells you, yeah, 50 gold.
Wait. Can we backtrack for a second? You can't pay 140 gold for these books. How are you gonna help me start a bar?
No. It's my money. I have it, not here. It's saved up in a secure location.
Roll a deception, charisma check, versus his intelligence check.
Okay. I got a 21.
Okay, hold on, let me do the math real quick.
That's 35%.
Yeah, I was about to say. So, you're starting to piece together that she might be making this up.
Wow, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Well,
Sunshine, I'm gonna tell you something right now.
yes.
You and me are going to renegotiate the deal once we're out of here.
Fine. So would you like to do me a favor real quick before that so I can be useful while we're on this adventure?
I don't do favors. I do loans, but no
Fine,
favors.
loans. 14, please.
I'll loan her the money. But I'm drafting up a whole contract and everything. Long, arduous contract.
Well,
that
first,
she's
well,
probably
actually,
not gonna-
if you say you wanted to draw up a contract, he tells you if you want to buy some like parchment, or if you wanted to borrow parchment, they have plenty of free parchment that you could use.
Perfect.
Well, I am a pickle with the spells. What? Fine. I have plenty of money saved offshore, so let's do this little contract. And I promise you, I'll pay you plus interest.
Music to my ears.
There you go.
All right. The creature says if there's nothing else, then he will be on his way.
Well, I want to get the book. That's like 50 gold. So did he give me the gold? You have to get this book? Or?
When you give him the gold, he'll give you permission to essentially take the first empty spellbook you find.
Okay, check. I'm just like looking. Can I, is there anything else of interest while looking at, Norbius while Cribshaw is making this lovely contract?
Oh, it's
Nordis, not Norbius. He's gonna correct you every time. And every time it corrects you, it's not like he's getting irritated or anything like that. It's just a robotic response. Like, he's just like, Nordis.
You see, the thing is I said it wrong on purpose. You're saying it wrong by accident.
Okay, but do I see any commentaries on him? Because I can obviously tell he's robotic in a way and how he does his responses. It's like there must be others here. He is Ian. Well, first off, can I investigate to see if there's anything of interest on or anything about that I can see?
If there's anything what?
Of interest, like from how he looks and how he moves around, do I like see anything like do I see anything interesting on him that could lead me to know that there's others here?
Roll an intelligence check.
19 plus 3, so 22.
Well, with your Sherlockian skills, with your Sherlockian skills, you do, in fact, are able to determine that there are more than one.
There's others here.
Based on his body language, so.
Numbers, I have a question.
Nordis.
Do you have some sort of leader here?
Yes.
Because is there anything you can tell me about him? Just what if I were to meet him?
His name is Zasis. He is the head librarian. He has the final say in all decisions, and he's the one who keeps everything organized, running, and smoothly.
Could you, perchance, while Grimshaw is still writing that lovely contract, lead me to him?
Unfortunately, I cannot. He enjoys his privacy. If you run into him, you can speak to him if you wish. However, he usually doesn't like to be disturbed.
Is there any way I can give you a message to ask of him?
Depends on the message. If it is urgent, then I will let him know immediately.
Well, I guess you don't have to be super urgent about it, but could you ask him if there's any quicker way of getting out of here that's like, you know, a quick backhand and exit that maybe he would only know, so.
I'm
I
afraid-
understand you're the...
I'm afraid there is no other way out. There is only one way in and out, and I'm afraid that is not an urgent question.
Well, I know if I were to ask him something later, I could ask you, so thank you, Nordis. Thank you. Grimshaw, how's that contract going?
He hasn't
Working on
started.
it. Oh no, he's still working on it.
Well, you have to get to the parchment and stuff first. Right now, you're still in the central
Yeah.
section. There's books here. There's not parchment and charcoal or ink or anything like that. So unless no one else is stopping him, Nordis is going to leave now.
Nordis, can you show me to the parchment, please?
Of
So
course.
that me and my delinquent friend here can draft up this beautiful contract that I know you guys are gonna love.
He tells you, yes, of course you can do that.
Alright, so I'm gonna follow Nordis.
Can I walk towards the door that originally, like, did he go through the door that originally opened?
What do you mean?
Okay, remember the door that Nordis went through?
Yeah.
Is that what we're going to?
Yes.
Okay. Can I go to the other door?
Yes, you can. He's not going to stop you.
Yes. Grimshaw's distracted.
Okay, so let's go this one at a time. So, Grimjaw, go ahead and follow Nordis.
Hey, give me 1 second.
You're good.
Because I gotta go there, click on my guy, and
Okay, so let me describe this room for you real quick. So what you're looking at here is there is a pedestal in the center with, and then you have essentially potted plants all around in a circle. And let me get to the description here. In front of all those vases is a small stand with a smaller and empty vase, and those empty vases have words written on them. You don't have to read. You don't have to stop or investigate. I'm just letting you know. If you want to stop at any time, let me know.
Nah, he's got money on the mind at this point.
In that case, I'll tell you to roll a wisdom check every time you enter a room, just to see if you notice anything.
Yeah.
He just is only the money that's staring on the possible contract. Like, I could be a rich man. I could make someone do labor for me. What's it called? Forced labor. Slavery. Ooh, I like that.
No. If you remember, he doesn't like slavery.
I know he does.
He likes selling slaves back to the families. I think I'm still in here. Or did I?
No, you're supposed to go out. There you go.
Hello, Mildred. I have just a quick question, kind of like, just in general. Am I faster than Grimshaw?
Technically, yes.
Perfect.
And Grimshaw, I want to let you know, every time you pass a door, it closes behind you.
Magic doohickeys.
He's so not
He is very intolerant of people's culture. Alright, hang on. I gotta rotate myself here. Which is, it to you guys looks like I'm going insane. Did I go the right way? Yes? No?
You turned the wrong direction. There you go. That's the right direction, but you're looking in the wrong direction.
Listen, it takes a while. Yes. Hello, Norman.
Once again, without any emotion at all, or noticing that you're doing this on purpose or by accident or whatever, he's just, it's Nordis.
Oh no, I don't actually say that out loud. I'm just saying that for my benefit at this point because I it's so bad. All right.
So he points to the room above and says, "It's you'll find stuff in there."
Wonderful, thank you, Nordis.
So the room that he's gesturing to, that you walk into, is essentially what looks to be a study. Scroll down to that. Has a large table and a long table, as well as 3 very large and tall bookshelves filled with books. There are several documents and scrolls on the table, including some depicting information on planes of existence, the world, and so forth. There's also a maroon candle on one of the tables.
Alright. I'm gonna take my time, look for a few sheets of papyrus or paper, whatever it's called in this world. Use papyrus. Said. Parchment.
Parchment, yeah.
And then I'm gonna sit myself down.
There's charcoal, there's ink and quill, there's all sorts of stuff you can use.
Oh, I'm starting off with I'm starting the first draft on charcoal, and then I'm gonna draw it up in ink and quill. Like this is fully he's in his zone now.
All right, Rosalind. Open the door.
Open your door.
I open the door. What's inside?
I'm gonna get to that. See green, so. There you are. Okay, so this 25-foot chamber has within it 4 large marble stones. There is a purple one, a green one, a blue one, and a red one. Each of these orbs rests on a silver stand which can be moved. Each of these stands has text on them as well. The center pedestal in the middle of the room it also has text. So.
I'm seeing what's around me. Okay, there you go. Be nice if I can see all 4 things around me now. 3 at a time.
So now you're on the pedestal.
Well, I'm just trying to see so I can...
Yeah, I know. I'm just making a joke.
I'm on the pedestal.
There you go.
Oh, not to see. Well, there is... so there's writing on the center pedestal, right?
There's writing on the pedestal and each of the stands.
Can I read what's on the pedestal?
On the pedestal, it says, "I am the center, and these are my orbits. Which of these stand beside me? Which of these stand afar?" You can roll an intelligence check if you'd like.
Yeah, I want to roll an intelligence check. A 10.
With the d20?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's your bonus? 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're able to figure this out pretty quickly.
Sweet. I'm like, that's rather simple. What do I do?
So essentially what this is referencing, and it takes you a second before it clicks, but basically the pedestal is the sun, and the 4 are 4 out of 13 of the planets.
That's a better school. Okay.
You also hear the door that you entered in close.
Can I do detect magic to see if it's magic? Well, obviously, it's for my
Yeah,
own self-aware.
I was about to say, you scan it and it's like magic.
Yeah, I just, you know.
But you can feel the magic fading immediately after it's closed.
Can I? Is it like just a magic that just instantly appears right there, or is it like a source? Is it like coming from something?
Do you want to find the source?
Yes.
Well, too bad, these walls are too thick.
Ah. Well, do I see that it's coming from a source, or do I see that it's just coming from?
You can't. Well, first of all, you can't see anything. You just detect it. You know of its existence.
Do I detect like it's like coming from a source, or do I detect be like?
That's
oh,
not how it works.
Ah. I think. Of
You can
magic,
sense
I
if magic is there or if it's not there. That's what detect magic is.
I don't know why. Whenever I think of, like detecting magic, I like imagine like an aura, and then it's like something falling, it's like a line or something.
No.
Okay, so the center's the sun, and the 4 planets around it. What does it read on the thing again?
I am the center, and these are my orbits. Which of these stand beside me? Which of these stand afar?
What symbol the planets that are near it are located beside it, the ones that are, the outer planets will be afar. I need to know which ones are which. So, I'm like, I need to know which one is what planet. Can I go up to one of the orbs and see what is there something written on one of the orbs, or like where it's on?
There is text on the stands.
Okay, what does it say on each of the stands? Or I can just read it from like where I'm at.
You'd have
You
to
have to go
approach
up
the
to-
stands. You'd have to approach the
Okay.
stands to read it.
Well, I start with the purple one, then green one, then red one, then blue one. So let me do the purple one.
All right, the purple one says, "I watch thee, brave one, and feel nothing but pride for thee."
What's the green one?
I look upon thee with revulsion and disgust.
Okay, let's get to the round red one.
I lay mine eyes upon thee and burn with passionate rage.
Okay, and what about the blue one?
I watch and stare and observe thee, but baffled and confused is me.
And see if I instantly solved it with my intelligence.
Roll an intelligence check.
10.
Okay, so it's not enough to solve it, but you can identify that basically basically recollection of information. Basically, the 12 planets in the sky that people can observe are named after different emotions.
Well, rays will probably be Mars. Red planets.
It's not Mars, Rosalind. This is not Earth, and this is our planet.
I don't
There-
know the actual ones.
There are 9 planets in our solar system. This one has 13.
Well, my character would obviously know what the planets' names are. So what
Would
are the
you?
planets' names? Would I?
First of all, you don't.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, wait, stop. First of all, okay? The names aren't important here, it's the placements. Number 2. Unless you study that field, which in this case would be astrology, you would have to.
Study astrology. I
Yeah,
thought
exactly.
I was absolutely smart.
Where are you, Rosalind?
Well, I'm in a library. I can read. Well, I didn't know if I was in a room with any books. Am I in a room with books?
No, but there's books in other rooms.
I thought the door closed behind me. Can I see if I can leave the door?
Yeah, walk up to the door.
Okay, I'll walk up to the door. Is it open for me?
Yeah, it opens perfectly fine.
Great. Okay. That's it. Well, first off, I don't know what to do first. Get the book so I can break spells, or I can just do research. Fine. I want to try to look for books on astrology.
You want to look for books on astrology?
Yeah, so I can understand the planet.
Roll an intelligence check.
I swear to God.
3.
Natural 20, baby.
Okay, so this time, what you do is instead of walking up to the bookcase and looking through every single individual book, you go over to the dais and kind of look around and start analyzing it because you think to yourself, okay, so it's a library. It's going to have some sort of sorting mechanism. And you quickly identify it and are able to locate where astronomy would be. And it's about 25 feet up from one of the bookshelves. Oh. Yeah, about 25 feet up.
Damn it, I'm not 25 feet. That's just some shit.
Now, if only you knew someone who could throw you 25 feet. I'm sorry. That was bad.
Is there any ladders near me?
Nope. All you see in this room are what I've already described to you in terms of the pillars and the statues and the bookshelves, and of course the small, what do you call it, the 5-foot diameter marble tiles along the edges of the floor.
That guy. Nodius. But probably one of those things you just, I don't know, long arms.
You just hear in the back of your head, it's Nordis.
No, he doesn't answer.
He never left.
And I know there's others around here. I use my silent empathy just to see if I can sense any other emotions around me, just to see if I can,
Not in your vicinity, no.
I need to get some of those bugs. Can I try, or I could try to shake it, try to get only that book out. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to do that. Or maybe. I'm not strong. Can I see if I can, slightly shake it to see if the book's, slightly shake at all? Slightly shake the bookshelf? Very slightly. Just to see how easy it is to shake
No.
the bookshelf.
For 2 reasons. Number 1, your strength is abhorrent.
It's fine. It's not that bad.
Number 2, this is an 85-foot tall bookshelf filled with books. Even Grimshaw would have trouble shaking this thing to that extent.
What? Oh. Well, that can I try to climb the bookshelf? Can I?
Roll a dex check with a -5.
Wow. Oh shit. Well, that's a roll.
No, it has to be on the table.
Ah! Give me a better roll. Come on. No. I got a 2. Well, no.
You slip up. No.
I got a 4.
Okay, 4 minus 2. 5 minus 5. Or was that including the minus?
No, I got a 7.
Okay.
Minus 5 is 2 plus 2 equals 4.
You still slip on the first shelf.
Do I fall over and hit my head on the ground or something?
Well, you don't hit your head in a damaging way. You're able to brace it, but yeah, you fell on your back.
Okay, kind of. An option. Is there anything, like any poles or anything I can grab to use as, like, I don't know, a stick or something?
You want to roll an intelligence check?
Yeah. Come on, I'm supposed to be Sherlock Holmes. Master of all.
Except strength.
Yeah, true. I'll totally do that. 14.
14?
Yeah.
You do not see anything in the vicinity that might work. However, you are, like, as you keep looking around where you are starting to realize it is a weird choice to have a clashing color of a marble slab along the edges of the bookshelves. Especially since they have a ring of strange runes on them.
Can I investigate that more? Do I need to do an intelligence check?
I mean, I'll go ahead and tell you everything you can observe.
Okay, yes, sir. Tell me everything I can observe.
So walking over to it is a 5-foot diameter, which is actually pretty big, slab, and along the edges of it, you can now that you're looking closer, appear to be magic runes.
Obviously, I detect magic, right?
It is magical. Yes, it's enchanted.
Okay, cool. Do I know what those runes are in particular?
You would have to cast read magic.
Well, I don't have a book.
No, I'm gonna say you know it because you have to learn. You have to have read magic. You have to know read magic in order to learn new spells. Like that's
Okay, so
that's just a default. You have to have.
Okay, cool, chill. Yeah, I use read magic on it.
All right. So you cast read magic, and basically what this is instructions. It gives you the command word and explains that basically you speak the command word and then you state how high you want it to move or how low you want it to move, and it's basically an elevator that will take you up and down the bookcases.
So I can fly.
I sent you flying already once.
Yeah, but that was sideways. This is upways.
Well, what are
Well,
the command
give it time. I might be able to get her that high.
Well, what are the command words? Like, if I say the command, like, what is the command so I can say it?
Mecha lecca high, mecha hiney ho.
The command is basically, let's see here. It's basically like a command set platform raise X amount of feet.
So wait, so is the platform being raised, like lowered or raised, or am I physically being raised?
The platform would be raised.
Okay. Platform raised 22 feet.
You said 22 feet?
Yes, so I can be like, even level with like 25, like under 25 feet area. So I can like, maybe
Yeah.
25 would be weird.
So you say that and it slowly starts raising you up.
I'm like,
I was going to say you shake a moment at first because you're not used to this. Plus there are no handrails.
I got power.
can I see if I fall over? Can I do like a D20 to see if I fall?
It's a 5-foot platform, but you can roll if you want to.
Sure, why not? Let's see how clumsy I am. I got a 4.
Yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, she was the one who wanted to roll.
Come on, man. Come on.
And she fell off.
Oh, here's the best part. She falls off, and she watches it float all the way to the 22nd foot, and then it stays there. And it does not come back down.
Can I say platform fall 22 feet? Does it go down?
You specify the exact platform, because each of them are numbered, because that way you can't say, like, platform raise and everything raises at the same time. No.
Okay,
But,
what platform was that?
I'm not going to number them. There's too. I'm not going to worry about that.
I
But
would
you,
say that.
yeah, so you say lower, how many, how much?
Fall lower 20 feet so I can get back on it.
Fall or lower?
Lower.
There we go. So you say lower 22 feet. You see it lowering at the same speed, and it gets to the ground. It just slides. You know how, like, when you fit something in place and you hear that sound and just satisfying? That's what you get when this thing slides in place with a stone.
Okay, so I get back on it, but I like squat down on it and like brace myself. I'm like, that platform 22 feet raise.
It starts to raise up.
He just lays down on the platform.
No, I'm like, when I'm squatting down, my hands are like, when it's raising, like, you know, it's like edges. I'm like holding down on the edges. I'm like, I am not holding.
With all 5 of your strength.
Yes, I am very strong. I'm like squatting, I'm like looking up, I'm like, okay, so what books do I see in particular? Do I need an investigation check?
Yes.
She's doing their Slavic squat going up.
I'm just like, no, I'm like squatting like a frog. Great! 8!
Is that with modifiers?
Yes.
Okay, so you see categories. You haven't found the exact book you need yet. So you see books on astronomy in general, astrology in general. You see autobiographies about astrologists, autobiographies about astronomers. Let's see here. You see ones on stars, on cosmology. You see some on the celestial bodies. You see some on distance. You see a book on space, which you've never heard that term before, so you're not really sure what that means. Obviously, it's not space because it's a different language, but.
So, okay, spook. Gotcha. But, well, I look at it like, well, I know that probably at least no. So I grabbed the one on basic, like, astrology and, like, try and skip to the page to see if I can see anything based on planets.
Alright. Roll an intelligence check.
Sherlock Holmes, I should be able to read this, like, in 5 seconds. 16.
Alright. You are able to find what you need.
Okay, what did I find? Or do I just say I know it? Or what did I find?
I'm not going to go into super detail, but basically the order that you're looking at, the order of that you want to put them in terms of like which one's closer and which one's farther, is. If I can find it. Okay, so the order you're looking at is green, blue, red, and purple.
Splendid. While I'm here.
Grimjar, are you done with that contract?
I would check your messages.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, did he actually write it out?
I don't know. I'm
For
gonna
the most
find
part.
out.
For the most part, yes.
Oh my goodness.
He did write it out. Hey, here's for going that extra mile. Hey, oh, I love it.
Grimshaw's a businessman.
Unfortunately, I'm not.
Alright, Rosalind, go ahead and finish this up. I'm gonna jump back to Grimshaw after this.
Okay, well, I'm on to lower the platform. Platform lower 22 feet. And I'm still gonna, like, crash myself on it. I'm, like, squatting like a frog. I'm like, okay, can we go down?
Mm-hmm.
And then I go...
It's like if someone from medieval times was on an elevator for the first time, but it had no walls, no rails, no nothing. It was just a straight up just platform and started lowering all of a sudden.
I know, that's why I'm holding on to, like,
Yeah.
like I'm putting my hands down, like, holding on for dear life.
Alright, so you get down.
And then I go into the room, I do green, blue, red, purple.
Okay, let me move in real quick for you. Oops.
You just hear a loud click and nothing else.
And then I fall into spikes.
Into Spake.
Into spikes.
There you go.
Movable?
Only by me, because it's on the map.
Yeah, I thought that. I'm like, I can move that.
Okay, so as soon as you do that, there is a bright flash. Hold on a second.
Flashback.
Spaghetti explodes.
There's a little pattern that appears on the ground that glows, and on the pedestal, you see essentially a what is it? There you are. You see a green half of a spherical crystal.
Would I recognize it as something that would relate to the door?
What door? There's a lot of doors.
The entrance door, the door that we entered to, the one where we can get out.
It doesn't remind you of the door. You don't remember there being any spots to place anything on the door itself. Alright, so we're going to go back to Grimshaw real quick. Grimshaw! You have
Yes.
finished up writing your little contract.
That is probably way too long and fluffed out. Yes.
Alright.
Shovels the sheets of paper, rolls them up real nice. There's a nice little string on it.
Do you go back the way you came, or do you go a roundabout way?
You know what? I'm gonna go back the way I came.
Alright.
See if I remember the way I came.
Roll an intelligence check.
If you said I don't.
Do you want to roll an intelligence check, or do you want to just wing it?
You know what? In the spirit of character, I'm gonna wing it.
Alright, so which door do you want to go through?
You don't have any wings.
Shut up.
You see, my puns are funny because it's about sending you into space.
Okay, so which door do you... Grimshaw, you're gonna have to let me know which door you go through.
I'm gonna go through this one right here.
Alright.
I'm gonna see Nordis. Hello, Nordis.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Greetings."
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna come down next to Nordis, and I'm gonna make my jolly way this way.
Come on. Forgot about that. There we go. That's better. Okay, so move that way.
Yep.
Get in that room. Oh, try to help you, bud. You went in a direction where there's only one direction, so it's just skipping you ahead.
Ah, the elf room.
Ah.
I know where I am now. It smells like elf.
Did you want to investigate it now, or are you still going straight towards Rosalind?
No, I'm gonna investigate it now. 'Cause you know
Okay.
what? I have the contract drafted out. I'm keeping it in very nice condition.
Well, like I said, there are large vases with flowers in them, and a smaller vase with text on them, and they are all empty. Smaller.
Huh,
vases.
jokes on you. I can't read Elvish.
It's not Elvish, it's common.
Fantastic. All right, so I'm gonna go up to that vase. I'm gonna
Right.
read the vase.
You go up to one of the small vases, and it reads, "And the gods declared that no life shall live in loneliness." Looking back around, you notice that each of these flowers is a completely different species than one another.
Well, this just sounds like some elf BS that makes me want. That's gonna make me build a bouquet of flowers or something. They're all a singular different species.
Yeah. No
And they
one
all
flower is the same. And each vase has a smaller vase in front of it that is empty.
So if I go around and look at all these flowers, which this is not Grimshaw's cup of tea already, he's gonna look at them and go, well, this obviously is some sort of puzzle. And they said something about a puzzle to get us out of here. I was just gonna let her do it all. But might as well try and help. Of course, I get the elf form first.
I love this character so much.
You know what? My best guess is I'm gonna have to take a cut of each and every one of these flowers, put it into the small vase, transport it to the middle vase. Wait. You said there's a small vase at each of them and then a bigger vase in the middle, right?
No, the middle one right here is nothing more than a pedestal. There's nothing on it. So the pedestal is empty. There are several large flowers with a vase, and then in front of those is another smaller vase that's empty with with that text on it. Each of them.
So if I grab a small, so they're all like singular flowers, or do they have like little shoots on them too?
If you're talking about
Wait.
like buds or something like that, there are none.
But there are seeds.
No, actually.
No, no.
No.
There goes that idea.
Well, the dwarf is just like, okay, how do I plant plants?
How do I elf?
Well, of course, he's not even an elf, so why would he even make the effort to even try to be an elf? He's going to do it his way or the highway.
I could do it my way or the highway, but that'd make a mess.
Obviously, your way or the highway is going to be smashing it.
No.
Yes.
He thinks sometimes. Give him credit.
1% of the time, yeah, right.
I don't know. Who was the one who got the blink dogs on our side?
Yeah, because they spoke dumb.
Hey guys, you do not have telepathy with one another.
I know.
No, this is all out of character.
I know.
Yes, he's out of character.
I know. Nice of
That's why I'm not insulting her character. Defending Grimshaw. Because I can tell you, I can launch insults at her all day. This is fun.
Hey, what
So he's just gonna keep spinning around the room, trying to figure this out.
I want to be like on a rolling chair, just spinning in circles. Be like, I'm getting.
Actually, you know what? Now that you said that, he's sitting on that center platform, just kind of like rotating.
He's like,
Alright, so
360 degrees.
So while Grimshaw's thinking about this, Rosalind, what do you do next?
Well, I wouldn't know that Grimshaw's done making that contract, right?
Correct.
Well, I got this done. So can I take the gem with me? Or
Yeah.
is it stuck to the platform? Shit.
It's not stuck to the platform. It just appeared and it's loose. So you take the half spherical green gem.
Ooh, pretty
Or
colors.
crystal.
Okay, cool. Is there anything that I would know about the what's it called? The little transmutation circle that I like anything about it that would I want to investigate the transmutation circle for you.
You have to cast read magic, which you already used up.
I can't like investigate it. I can't look really hard and remember I saw it in a book or something that I just read.
Magic runes are otherworldly. It requires a read magic spell, otherwise you are unable to comprehend it.
Fine. I'm like, well, I don't know whether he's done or not. But if he is done, he's probably being really dumb right now. So I got time to kill.
So we have the same exact mindset.
So, since I'm in an area of boxing now, maybe I can see some large spells. So I want to go into the main room with all the library books and see if I can find where the bard spells are.
Okay. Why don't you roll me an intelligence check?
So... Nat 20, baby!
Alright. So, you end up finding a reference book, actually. That's kind of like, that kind of mentions where various things in this library are. And it specifies that the best place to find bard spells will be the room of maps and scrolls. Sorry, room of maps and scrolls, or the room of spell weaving.
Well, is there a sign in here that says what room I'm currently in? I probably know it's not one of those, but like, I would like to know like what it is.
Main chamber. You're pretty much in the main chamber. I will say while you're reading this, you're kind of looking at the books again, and you stop as you notice something a little bit odd. You see like there's one there's what do you call it? There's one book that kind of looks out of place. You touch it and you feel like it's made of stone.
Stone book.
Can I use detect magic on it? Is there any magic associated with this book?
Not with the book, no.
That's how the dwarves write. In stone books.
Well, can I take the book and like begin to like trying to read it and see
You
what's
pull on the
about?
book and you hear a click.
Secret passage.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
The bookcase, so not the entire 85-foot bookcase, but like a portion of the bookcase opens up and you see a doorway behind it.
I want to go through that door.
I want to go to the door. Open the door.
Because you said that.
Open the door.
Do I detect magic on the door?
My life is a meme.
Do I detect magic on the door?
No.
Well, obviously, I just want to do for shit vehicles, but it's like, yeah, that's probably going to open up for me like the other doors. If I go, I make it a contract. I need to do this. I walk through the door.
All right, you walk through the door. One second.
But did you open the door?
You mean Norden?
Did you open the door?
All right, so
Cool,
This-
it's like you never-
this
Minus 20 in intelligence.
this 25-foot chamber has 4 candelabras, each with 4 maroon candles, making a total of 16. On the pedestal is written, "We are not the source, merely the windows. Close the source and you close the windows."
Oh. Well, first off, before I think of an answer, when I know the answer, by just looking at it as I'm Sherlock Holmes,
Roll an intelligence check.
I'm using my knowledge.
What'd you roll?
18 plus 30.
Hey!
Hey, my right rolls are good.
One second.
Like, I think I know the answer, but I want to know it.
One second. So basically what it's saying is there are 16 candles, but whatever is powering or flame or causing those candles to burn is not coming from this room. There's something outside of that room that's causing it. Most likely magical candles.
So, I need to find the thing that's causing the light up to turn off. Or it can cause the candles to turn off by the snap. But I can't really do that.
I mean, you can try to put them out if you want.
Yeah, just to see, So, I grab my little staff and I try to it's like one like.
You're gonna beat the candles.
No, like not like the actual candle, like the light, like when you use that as like a wind source, like you brush it forward and it's like causing the thing wind like.
You mean like blowing out of your mouth?
Yes, it's like blowing out the candle, but I'm like doing like swish.
So you're doing it the hard way.
I'm just moving my thing around. They're just candles.
I know. Why won't you blow it out? That's the usual thing you do.
Well, because that's too much effort, and I don't want to do that.
More effort than swinging
Wait,
a
wait, wait,
sap?
Wait a minute. Is more effort than...
No, I want to try to do it in like a cool way. Okay, let's see if I do it in a cool way. Can I roll this?
Grimshaw. Okay. Grimshaw. She has seen how badass your character looks swinging your mighty hammer around. She wants to mimic some of that. Suck up that awesomeness at least a little bit. And she's doing it in secrecy, so she messes up. You don't see it.
Exactly. There you go. I like that. Can I roll to see if I do it cool? I guess.
Yes, you can. It'll be a dex check.
Okay. 16. I'm plus 2. 18.
Okay, so this is what happens. You swing it, it goes out. You feel like it was a cool anime moment, but in reality,
Yes.
that can never happen because you swung a sap at it and there was a little puff of wind that makes no anime sound, but it sounded cool in your head. So to you, it was awesome, but it's like if there was an outside force, there would be like cricket sounds.
I'm like, yes. Darn it.
A second later, it rekindles.
I'm like, yes. And then like, no.
Yeah, what I found funny is this your character's like, okay, so obviously this is what's happening, but I'm gonna try this anyway.
I'm like, I know. I'm like,
And then get mad after having failed, done what they knew what wasn't gonna work.
I know, but it was like, so cool. I wanted to stay on and be like, yes, no, darn it. Ah.
So as Grimshaw is sitting there spinning around in the room, finally putting pieces together slowly.
Yep.
She's over there acting a fool. Gotcha.
You both are acting like fools right now. Just spinning on,
No. Listen,
spinning on the pedestal.
Grimshaw's spinning on the pedestal because it's the easiest way to get the biggest point of view in the room.
I get it. Yeah. You want to roll an
Is he
intelligence
getting
check?
dizzy, though? Is he getting dizzy though? He's like constantly moving around, getting dizzy. He's trying to go.
He's
get
not
smarter,
moving. He's
but
not
he's
going
never at
that
the same
fast.
time.
He's not going that fast.
Grimshaw, do you want to roll an intelligence check, or do you want to figure this out on your own?
I think I might have it. And I'm thinking it has to do with the fact that a lot of the flowers look like they're almost identical, except for coloration. So I'm wondering if you got to put the ones that look similar together on each pedestal. So like, I don't know, because I can't take the flower out, and they have to go together. But how do I get the flower to go together? Is there a seed room over here? Is that what this door is?
You want to go through the door?
I want to go. I want to open the door.
The hammer go burn.
Oh my god!
You find more bookshelves and four doors. Sorry, one to the left, one to the right, and two up front.
Help me, my neighbor. We move up a little bit more. Maybe we can see around this bookshelf. Listen, I'm not used to being directionally challenged here, right?
So we go up that one.
Mentally challenged.
No, I'm trying to get a lay of the room.
I'm sorry, you're just challenged. You don't do cool anime movements. You just do big dumb moments. Big dumb, small man moments.
Listen, you do dumb anime moments. I do legitimately awesome stuff with my hammer. You have to use this little tiny stick.
No, listen, you do legitimately dumb moments then. Like mine is sad, but yours is just actually sad.
No,
Yes.
because mine gets
Yes.
work done.
Mine gets work done too because I already know the answer, but you don't. You're just going in circles.
You're right, but I'm also not swinging my hammer at something that I could just use a breath.
You know, you swung your hammer at me or whatever the heck you used, and you could have just said something smart and witty instead of hitting me and harming me. That was kind of mean.
We don't have telepathy, so this conversation isn't happening.
I know it's not.
But it's still fun to have.
It would be funny, like while we're doing our own thing, we're having like
We're just
Imagining
arguing.
how- No, we're like imagining how we can win an argument against the other person. Or at least that's what Zeus is like.
That's
okay,
your-
well, if he's-
That's your character doing that. My character's just like sitting here, like actively trying to figure it out. Like, God, why did I get the elf question?
and I'm like,
Which door do you want to go through, Grimshaw?
We're gonna go through this one.
All right, this is a good one. What was it? So let me describe this room for you.
It's North.
North!
Here we go.
It's Orbis.
This spacious chamber is very tall and has 3 rows of beds on either side hovering in the air, each with railings to prevent one from falling over. Each of the beds are labeled with a number. On the west side of the room is a massive bookcase, of which of the shelves holds a maroon candle, a chest for storing items, and a vent where a gentle warm heat comes from to create a cozy environment. There's also a platinum dragon figurine resting on the chest.
Oh no, he's gonna do big brain things. Can you do big brain things?
No, he cannot. He can do medium brain things. He
We'll
can't do
find
big
out on the
brain.
next episode.
No, Grimshaw can totally do medium brain things.
He's like a 1990s like computer that's like slowly like going up, being like I'm slowly getting together, like really slowly, like more slow than it should be. And I'm just looking at this one and being like, wait, we'll figure it out.
I see where you're going.
I pet the platinum dragon.
It is solid platinum. Like the whole figurine is solid platinum.
Yes, but if I've learned anything, you always pet the figurine. Because there's gonna be that one time that it's not actually platinum, and it's a platinum dragon. And if you pet the platinum dragon and you make it feel good, it'll help you.
There is no a platinum dragon. There's only one platinum dragon. That's Bahamut.
Oh no, that's dragon. That's half dragons or dragon can.
Yeah, I don't think we have that in first edition. It was our first edition.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking 3.5, and yes, there is platinum dragon kin,
Interesting.
and it's basically Bahamut's like, nah, you're gonna fight for me. You're gonna fight against Tiamat for me. But sidetrack over.
Is this sidetrack been going on for like the past 30 minutes?
No, actually, he's trying to get it. I'm trying to get this done, but listen, Grimshaw is many things. Good at puzzles, he is not.
Why don't you try to get Rosalind to help you out? You know, be like, Rosalind, do your one job.
Because this is funnier.
If he was actually competent, he'd be like, you know what? I don't want to do what's the elf thing. I'm racist. Let me just go get Rosalind, you know.
Well, while he's being racist, Rosalind, what do you do from your end after you've failed to keep the fire out?
Well, I want to go towards the source of, the energy. Can I, use...
Once again, you cannot trace the source. You can only detect what is magic and what's not.
I know, but can I detect magic to see if I can detect anything?
Okay.
Oh, that one hurt. Get water or something.
Then get some water. You're like, I'll get water, grab the bottle of whiskey.
Don't test me. Got it right here.
Alright, so you don't detect magic in this room.
So there is a source. Can I see if I can see like any not magic trail, like a trail that could lead to lighting up the light, like any? Can I investigate the room?
Yeah, you can investigate.
I'm investigating. Come on, these high rolls. Keep it up. Keep it up. 14.
You don't really see any traces of money stuff. However, being a magic user as well as a Sherlockian intelligence, you do kind of like focus on the floors a little bit because you remember the magic circle that kind of appeared in the other room, and you think you might see a faint trace of it somewhere, but it's very, very, very much inert and not charged whatsoever with any kind of magic.
Well, I need to find where the source is. And obviously it's somewhere, and probably I can detect magic, so and it's really faint, so it's probably not in here. Unless, can I follow where that faintness is? Where
No.
is that faintness? Great. Okay, let's see. Is there another door in this room?
Yes, there are two. One to your right and one to your left.
Can I go to the one on my left, the one that I haven't been through yet?
You haven't been through either of them yet.
Oh, which one did I come through?
The one above you.
Top one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not easy when you don't have a full view. You can only look where you're looking at. I thought there was only 2 doors. Okay.
Do you guys want to switch to full view, or because?
I think it'll be easier to switch to full view. It makes it easier to be like, I want to go through that door.
Grimshaw?
No, it really doesn't matter to me. As long as, like, the only thing with me is I have trouble with the spinning. I kind of remember which doors I come through.
Okay, so I can switch it up for you guys if you want then.
Yeah, let's just do full view because that would be a little bit easier. Just give us the rooms. Because obviously we're not going to walk in and just can be completely oblivious to what's behind us.
Yeah.
Unless, like, there's something coming up behind us.
Or if
secretly.
my character is somehow drunk.
Which, let's face it, that room would be black anyway.
Okay, I go through the door on the left.
There we go. You can scroll down to where you are. So the one right here?
Yeah.
Let me let me describe this room to you real quick. This
Wait, I think
15-foot by 25-foot room is a nice garden with rich soil and various beautiful flowers. There are 3 benches that sit in front of a wall of a waterfall for reading. One of the benches has a maroon candle on it.
Well, can I take one of the flowers along with some? Wait, no. Is there an NPC here?
Yeah, there's 2 benches. So there's 3 benches. One of them has the candle on it.
She was asking
No,
if
but
there was
do
an
I
NPC.
Oh,
I saw
NPC.
NPC.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, that is another one of those creatures that you guys saw from before.
Hello.
It's kind of tending to the garden and it looks up at you.
What is your name?
It kind of looks over you and goes, "I am Vecca."
Hello, Vector.
Vecca.
Becca, wait, are you female?
No. You actually feel a little bit of annoyance in that tone.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to. So there are genders. Well, whatever it is. I do have a quick question. May I please take one of your flowers? They are rather lovely.
Kind of looks at the flowers, looks back at you and goes, "For what purpose?" Then you may stay here as long as you wish.
So, is that a no?
Depends on your purpose.
I want to take one with me this week.
Roll charisma check.
Okay. I'm like, I really just want to keep one for keepsake. 13.
13? He rolled a 49. He's gonna say no to that.
So no matter what, he would have said no, even though I rolled like a nat 20.
Are you rolling a D20 or a D100?
D20.
Charisma is a D100 roll.
Oh, my bad.
You're good.
Can I re-roll that then?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I got a 30, so
You're not rolling with advantage, are you?
no.
Okay, because I heard 2 rolls.
Well, because I have a D10, and I rolled the first one for the left one.
Oh, okay. Because I got the full
I know.
set.
Yeah, I don't have a D100, so that's why I was just rolling one for one digit. And
Gosh, I remember when I got like my older brother bought me my first D&D game set, which was like a 5th edition. I'm like, I want 1st edition. I want 5th edition. And it came with a set of dice, and I was so excited. I'm like, wait, one of the D10s is missing. And I quickly realized what they were trying to do with that. I'm like, oh, ew, no, I hate that. Immediately went online and bought a new set of dice.
I got you. I'm like, I'm just doing it that way. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I get you.
Very well.
So yeah, that still fails because he rolled a 49.
Yeah, that makes sense. So wait, what's in the garden? Okay, there's a garden with a few benches. Wait, what's on the bench over there?
Like I said, it's a maroon candle.
I used to detect magic on the maroon candle.
I was gonna say you don't even need that, but yeah, you detect magic on the candle.
Is it magic?
You detect magic on the candle.
Oh, I thought you said you used to detect magic on the candle. Okay, I detect magic on the candle. Okay. Well, can I take the candle instead?
You may not take the candle.
Can I blow it out?
Yes, you may.
Would you like to watch?
You say that, you turn around, but he's already moved on.
I grabbed my loot, and then I swapped it forward.
Oh no. Roll a dex check.
Oh.
That's a D20, right?
Yes, that's a d20.
18! That's 16 plus 2.
If you rolled low, that would have been so bad.
I go over the loot breaks, I'm free.
No, I wasn't worried about the loot.
Oh, I accidentally chuck it at the NPC.
I wasn't even worried about that.
What could have happened unless I didn't know?
So you swing with enough force to blow out the candle.
Well, what
It-
happened if I wouldn't have gotten it?
Don't worry about it. It didn't happen.
I break my back and I die.
No, don't worry about it. It didn't happen.
Okay.
You turn it. Yeah, you blow it out. You turn around, and the thing's staring dead at you.
Is it cool?
It doesn't respond.
It didn't. I used empathy. Is it angry?
Barely.
It's on the verge of anger. Yeah.
I put my lips away.
Starts slower.
Okay, the candle is unlit. I slowly walk out of the room back to the old room to see if all the candles went out.
One of the candles is now out.
Only one of them?
One of the candles is out.
I need to find 15 more?
Yes, you do.
Oh my gosh. I go look for Grimshaw because this is his kind of job because he likes.
Speaking of Grimshaw, hey, what have you been doing, pal?
I have been petting the platinum dragon. No.
The whole time?
No. Is there any inscription in this room whatsoever?
Just the books and the numbers on the bed. There is the creature, the other yeah, there's one of those creatures that is in here too, though. He seems to be kind of like sitting on one of the beds reading a book.
I'm gonna casually approach him.
All right.
Look him dead in the eye slits.
Just remember, he is above you.
All right, so I have to crane my neck up to look
Yeah,
dead.
because remember, he's sitting on one of the beds, which are all floating.
And I ask him kindly, hey, can you tell me what the deal is at this room?
Roll a charisma check. All right. So he looks down at you, and he basically explains that this particular room is for anyone who needs to sleep or rest. It is usually a very quiet and peaceful place to sit or to sleep. And he explains to you that all you have to do is say, like, basically it's the same process with the platforms, except you're stating the number of the beds instead. So like bed number lower to the floor, and it'll come down to the floor. You can get on, climb inside, and then say bed number rise up back to your position.
It's gotta be the most flagrant use of magic I've ever heard. Why would I need to be 20 feet off the ground or whatnot to sleep? That just seems weird.
He explains to you that not only does it create more space, so in other words, instead of having several beds up right against each other, completely covering the entire floor, you have them stacked up neatly in the air. But also it allows for people to walk across the floor without tripping over it or running into it or having to move around it.
Why don't you just do dwarven stone barrack walls then?
It kind of tilts its head and says, why would we need to do that?
So you don't use magic.
He's like, why don't you use magic?
Because I don't need to.
He at that point, this is what he says. He says, and that's just it. You have your ways, which do not require magic. We have our ways, which do not require stonework. Each has their own way. Each has their own preferred way. Just because you can or cannot do it, doesn't mean the other person does not wish to.
It's magic. Why would you use magic for this?
You speak as if magic is evil.
I speak as if magic is vestigial.
Let me pull up the dictionary. Hold on a second.
I know, like, what does vestigial mean? Dwarf use big word.
How do you spell that?
Vestigial means no longer used.
Okay. He goes, quite the contrary. Magic is used widespread all over the world, and even more so than it used to be.
But it doesn't. But we don't need it. We've never needed it. We've gotten by just fine without it. We can continue to get by just fine without it now.
You can also. He looks you in the eye and goes, "You can also do without alcohol, yet you enjoy it."
I really beg to differ on that one. You haven't met my associate.
He looks at you and goes, "You misunderstand. I base everything based on scientific facts and logic alone. It is a fact that you do not require alcohol for any reason except to poison yourself. Poison is usually a negative thing, yet you and your kind thoroughly enjoy it and produce it en masse, just as my creators use magic en masse. You do not see the point in magic. We do not see the point in alcohol. It is cultural differences. There is nothing wrong with either of them."
Listen, all for naught.
I have a question.
You are not here! You are not here!
No. I want my character just to, like, slam open the door in the middle of your conversation.
You don't know where he is. You don't even know where to start looking.
I am looking through the place, and I want to...
Rosalind.
No.
Let her Kool-Aid man through the whole
No.
place to see.
I get that, but I'm trying to help her understand something. This is what your character knows thus far. Grimshaw went following another creature to go to the study. You saw which door he left. You do not know that he came back. So logically, you wouldn't be going down the path that he's at right now. You'd be going down the old path that he came from.
But I'm Sherlock Holmes. I can detect that I see his footprints on the ground. And I can be like, he went to this way because these footprints are fresher than the other one. That's what Sherlock Holmes would do.
You would need to roll an intelligence check because, unlike the show Sherlock Holmes, you do not automatically detect every little thing. Otherwise, that would be no fun.
Listen,
That is fun.
the TV show, the movie, is just consecutive natural 20s all the way.
Yeah, it is.
I know. Okay, then never mind. I just thought of a funny moment.
I think I love that idea, but at the same time, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
With a mind like yours, unless you have additional information on his whereabouts, you wouldn't
I
know.
can smell the alcohol in his breath. And I can
No.
I know.
I mean, he's been pretty dry recently because they haven't hit a bar or anything, I'm guessing.
Alright, so Grimshaw, continue. We'll get to you. We'll go back to you soon, Rosalind. I promise.
Okay, I just wanted to do something funny. You're good.
We as dwarves need the drink to tolerate the people who we end up in the employ of. It's not so much poison to us as I just want to stop the headache that they cause by creating an even bigger.
And he counters with that, saying, "No, not to my knowledge. You do not require that for that reason either. If I understand emotions correctly and the practices for doing so, there are countless other ways you could do so without damaging your body." You have to remember, this guy is a very logical creature in a library filled with infinite knowledge. So,
Yes, he's very logical, so he's basing everything on logic, not emotion itself.
yeah, but he studied emotion and how it functions as well. That's
Yeah.
why he basically, it's
I'm
really.
not get- So, my character,
Yeah.
I'm guessing my character understands that he's basically just Big Brian floating through space.
Kind of.
So
Like no matter what you say, this guy's gonna stay on the neutral zone.
no, he is, and that's the thing. But like Grimshaw's not getting angry at him for it.
Yeah, and I kind of got
Like-
that feeling.
Like he's trying to like understand him and understand why they're so weirdly, flagrantly just throwing magic everywhere in this place. And have all these weird tests to get in and out of it.
Well, you haven't brought up the tests yet, so he hasn't answered that bit.
I'm like, he's like looking at the room, he's like, actually, I got another question. You have this elven floral arrangement room. I'm assuming it's some sort of test.
It is.
Is there? Do you know the trick to it? And can you tell me, please?
I do know the trick, but I am not permitted to answer.
Ah, I see.
It was set by our creators, and they set it there to make sure that those who were not worthy of retaining the knowledge of our library did not leave.
Look, I just want to leave. I don't. You guys can have the knowledge.
I'm sorry, sir, but that is the rules, and I must uphold them.
I hear you.
Mages.
Burn through it. I'm kidding.
You see him pondering a moment. You can see like the light kind of like fluctuating a little bit, and he goes, "Are you requiring any nourishment?"
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Do I want to do a D100 or a D12 or a D20?
For what?
I'll do a D100. Ooh, I got the funny I am quite famished, actually. We've been on the road for a little while. A little bit of food would be good.
So he tells you the command words to call upon the food, and just to name the specific food or drink you wish, it'll appear. And you kind of get the idea that he's trying to tell you this to help, like, in case you don't ever get to leave. Just like even if you don't get to leave, you can still live in comfort for the rest of your life.
That's a long time to be wandering these halls, man.
He's trying.
I know. Give me 1 second.
No, it's time for you to wish.
Okay, that 1 second is up. So, I look at him and he goes, "Does this work? Is it just this room that that this command phrase works, or?"
He explains that any room that's not a library or study place or place where the food can make a mess.
Thank you.
It nods with its
Immediately
mask.
say the command word. I go, "Can I get some Tide Me Overs and some Mithril vodka?"
Going for the hardest stuff when you're dealing with a puzzle.
Grimshaw doesn't think unless his mind's thoroughly inebriated.
Okay, so we're gonna do a time skip here.
That being said, those things are
I gotta try those. Alright, so we're gonna do time skip. Rosalind, you finally find him.
Using my detective skills, right? My namesake Sherlock Holmes.
No, by running into one of the creatures and him explaining, oh no, he went to another room.
No, we found him here.
Come on, I can't be like, okay, I calculate the physics of this room. I see the exact particles that have been moved, and they have been moved 5 inches since the last time I was.
Oh my lord.
What have I done?
Okay, so Rosalind, it's been 2.5 hours at this point.
So I kept getting that one.
No, since you guys arrived. So that includes the reading, that includes the writing, the contract, and all that kind of stuff. He is on one of the beds. You see a plate that has been set down to the floor, which appears to be dematerializing at this point. And you're also seeing a bottle fall and then vanish before it hits the floor. Meanwhile, he's passed out comatose onto the bed.
I was just thinking that way.
On another one of the
My brows slowly twitch.
on another bed is another one of the creatures, just kind of sitting and reading.
Wait, so is Grimshaw like literally like comatose on the bed?
Yes. Which is
Yes, and you
which, by
hear
the way,
it.
you walk in, you see the floating beds in the air, and he's on one of them.
And I
You
know how
hear
long-
him before you see him.
Like, is he snoring really loudly?
Oh yeah.
No, he was snoring, and then the creature kind of shoves something in his mouth to keep him quiet. Yeah, he's like, I came here to read. Shut up.
Came here to drink, apparently.
I squat down on my little, squatting like way of trying to go to the ground. I'm like, set P floor, go up to how many feet is he up? Like,
There's no platform.
There's no platform on the ground.
No.
I thought it was like everywhere in the place, not just in that one room.
No, just that one. No, it's anywhere that there's a bookshelf. Which, by the way, just a reminder, quick brief description of the room. There's the floating beds, there's the bookshelf with a maroon candle on it, there's a chest with a platinum dragon on it, and then all the beds have numbers on them.
Let me go back. Okay, there he is. How did he get up there? How did he get up there?
Built himself some stairs.
No. Rosalind, you're able to figure out pretty quickly, given that you've already figured out the platforms, and each of these beds is numbered. So basically, it's the same principle. You're just replacing platform with the number.
You know what I was going to do was I was going to go near the bookshelf, go on a platform to jump between the beds, but that works too.
I'm about to say, if you fall, that's like 10-foot drop per bed.
I know, but it would have been funny. Whatever.
It would have been funny if you fell.
Do they fall silently, or like what? Like, do they fall quietly, or do they like scream while it falls?
How would you know?
I'm asking. The
Asking
NPC
what?
The NPC. I'm like, guy. What
Okay, so there we go.
Billy John Jones.
It doesn't respond to you.
Hubert Cumberdale.
Sir? Pardon. I know you're trying to read, but I do have a question.
Again, I cannot stress this enough. Like, the body doesn't move. The mask just turns along the light to look at you.
This thing is so
Again,
annoyed.
yeah, again, it has no head. It has a star, and then the mask is acting as its face. So.
I know. It's so annoying.
No, I'm just looking like, I'm like, splendid. Do these beds fall silently, or are they rather loud?
He stares at you for a good minute.
Well, it wouldn't make sense if they're quiet. I just want to ask you.
You want to ask what?
If this is, I was what?
You wanted to ask what?
I was asking if the beds fall quietly. It makes sense that this is a library, but I just want to make sure it doesn't fall out of step.
Why would a magically floating bed fall loudly?
I don't know. There might be some. You know, I've seen a lot of things, so I had to make sure, especially being with that loud hard head right there. Anything. I don't mean to continue, but thank you. Let's go back to your book.
He continues reading.
Okay, cool. I like whisper. Oh wait, what number is the book that? I mean, what number is the bed that Grimshaw?
We're not going to go over every number because there's 3 rows on either side of 6.
You can't just give me an arbitrary one. Okay. Set place bed. I mean, bed fall to the floor. That one. Right now.
You see it slowly go to the floor and, hits the ground.
I quietly go up to Grimshaw. Do I see the contract?
Grimshaw, is the contract on your person?
It is, but it's in the backpack.
Are you wearing the backpack or did you put it down?
I probably am still wearing the backpack. Let's face it.
So, unless you start rummaging through his stuff, no.
Can I, how deep comatose is he? As far as I can tell.
There is no deep or not deep comatose. If you're comatose, then you're comatose.
I meant, okay. Can I?
He's not comatose right now, though.
He is.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, the idea is, because there's a chart for toxicity levels, and if you drink too much, you go comatose, or in other words, you knock yourself out from alcohol. And even dwarves have their limit, especially with mithril vodka. You asked for the hardest stuff, you got the hardest stuff.
Fantastic. Just how I like it.
There's like a quarter of the drink gone, like the rest of it's, well, like the whole bottle fell and vanished, but there was only a quarter of it that was drunk.
I want to slowly go towards the bag and use light touch to try to get into the bag. And then I want to see if I can find what I'm looking for in that bag. I don't see it on him, but it might be in the bag.
The creature asks you in your head what you're doing.
And then I respond in my head, negotiation.
I'm gonna roll a d20 real quick. He does not care enough.
20.
I was about to say he doesn't care enough, but...
Okay. I rolled a natural 20, so. It works.
Okay, nice. Cool. So you start looking through his bag. You're starting to realize that short of like raising the bed and then throwing him off the bed, he's not waking up.
I'm like splendid. So, I use light touch because, I have some skills on me to go into the bag and try to look for the contract. Do I find the contract?
Yes, you find the contract. Grimshaw, do you want to explain the contract to her real quick?
Please. Like, I want to
No,
pull out.
I wanted to try and figure it out for herself. It's your standard contract.
Well, can I read it? Like, can you send me what the form is?
How about this? Read it out. Read it out.
Read it out?
Yeah, read out what it says.
I like slowly
Alright.
open it up. What did he write?
So as you're reading it, it says that you're getting a loan from the Honeystone family for 140 gold. That needs to be paid back within a week. Upon finishing the week, you have to pay. Upon the weekend, you have to pay double the amount in good faith. If you don't pay it, there's a 30% interest rate compounded daily. Upon delinquent payments of more than 1 month, you forfeit all assets to the Honeystone Brewing and Distillery.
I love this character.
And half of the interest is to be paid back to the library for their help with drafting documents. Furthermore, any attempt to escape payment will result in disciplinary action. And should such actions continue, the Honeystone family are within their full right to repossess all assets. And if it still does not amount to the cost, you will be given a contract to work off the debt at the soon-to-be-built Honeystone Tavern NX.
He's still comatose, right?
Yes.
I didn't sign this contract, right?
Are you talking to the creature?
No, I'm saying in general IRL, I never signed this contract yet,
Not
right?
yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
You have not signed it. But you also don't have your spell book yet.
I know, but it doesn't mean I can't use sleight of hand and go to the back and steal some gold myself.
Yes, but if I find my gold missing, I'm stealing these.
Well, I could say that someone else took
Who else is here?
it. Jesus, I don't really know what to describe. I'm like, I think that. Good question. I'm like,
I'm just letting you know. You know Grimshaw well enough to know. You take his money, he's taking your life.
but I can run faster than him.
He can outpace.
I'd like to point something out real quick to you guys. There is such a thing as hiring an assassin.
But that would be escape payment.
That'd be what?
That would fall under escape payment.
But what if I never signed the contract?
Well, then it's free game, isn't it?
Yeah. then you just won't get the money from it.
This is something a lot of people forget. Like I have another group, and they were going through and just adventuring and doing all this stuff and fighting bad guys and all that kind of stuff. And then one of them got assassinated during a tournament while their friend was playing in the tournament, because those guys that they were pissing off hired assassins to go kill them.
Oh no. You see, the funny thing is the Honeystone family does not hire assassins.
They are the assassins.
The Honeystone family is basically the mafia. We're just gonna come for your knees.
Well,
What if?
here's the thing. Even if you don't, I'd like to point out, even if you didn't hire assassins, you could buy information from thieves and their information network, and find out where the person is and other things like that. Again.
I have a better plan. I have a better plan. Okay, better plan. He already signed the contract, right?
I did not.
Damn it!
He wrote the contract. He didn't sign the contract.
What if I use his hand, put a pen in his hand, make him sign the contract if I rewrite it?
I would say you would have to. Oh, okay. He did write it out, so you
Yeah,
know what
okay.
his handwriting is like.
Yeah.
It would require a dex
You
check
don't know
to.
but you don't know my signature, right?
That's true. You have not seen
Well,
his
I have
signature.
been traveling with him for a
No,
while. So
you've been traveling with him, but he's never signed anything.
I thought he did.
No.
Not a single damn, not a single dang diddly dong thing.
Yeah, he's bought stuff, but you don't. But in medieval times, you don't even write your signature every time you're buying something. You're literally just handing over the money.
Can I speak to the guy up there through, like, you know, the mind?
What mind?
You know, like psionics, because he talked to me through psionic, I talked to him through psionic.
He says, "What about it?"
Do you have an invisible ink pen?
No, I do not.
Does anyone?
Yeah. He looks at you and just goes, "Invisibility ink is an incredibly rare and very, very expensive material. Not only." What'd you say?
I was just wondering. I'm like, if you don't, that's cool with me. If you don't use it, don't worry. I was just wondering. Come back to your bus. I'm like, I don't care for anybody. I'm like, I'm just wondering.
He's saying all this offhand, like he's not looking. He's not looking away from his book. He's just answering you
Okay.
right, like immediately.
Okay.
Trying so hard to get out of this.
I couldn't change the contract.
What's funny is that we
What
still
is
have the
that?
puzzles to get through. We're stuck on the contract.
Wait. Well, if I take the money, write a contract down, replace that contract. Well, that's
You know he's going to reread the contract to make sure everything's.
I know. God damn it, he's dumb, like he's like an intellectual dumb.
He's business smart. He's been raised by a tavern mafia, basically. He knows what he's doing when it comes to this. You change it, he's gonna know.
Can I see what else is in his bag?
Yes, you
Mostly
can.
empty bottles at this point.
What else is in your bag, Grimshaw?
Let's see. Travel rations. My travel rations. And a lot of empty bottles. That's about it. He travels pretty light.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Not that he needs to. He can carry a freaking tank.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to psionics again to this poor guy. I'm so sorry. Can I sell things to you guys? And will you guys take money or form a trade if I give you some items?
Oh,
He tells no. So he looks at you and he says, he tells you he tells you three things. He tells you, number one, you can only give to them stuff that is relevant to the library. Number two, you can give donations at any time. And then number three, he will not help you in anything that is considered unlawful. He doesn't need to roll at this point. He's caught on to what you're trying to do.
I'm just like, you feel any sense of it?
He looks at you and goes, I believe that is what you call a business transaction. One gives something and gets something in return.
We're doing this all through psionics, right?
What do you say?
We're talking only through psionics.
Yeah, it's telepathy. It's telepathy.
Okay,
but
I just
again-
wanna make sure.
He's comatose. He can't hear you.
I know, but still, Grimshaw is a crazy land, so I'm just going to be talking to this guy through psionic. I just want you to know that. I'm just like, it is a business transaction, yes, but do you guys feel any sort of emotion?
Do you what?
I'm like, you guys do feel, oh wait, no, they do feel emotion. Because I do have empathy. I don't even need to ask that question.
Yeah, you use empathy on him, and he feels like you're feeling like complete neutrality. He's just.
I'm like, so I know you feel curiosity, I know you feel maybe neutrality, but do you ever feel sadness?
No.
Not at all?
Sadness, yes. Pity, no.
So you only feel the bare bone emotions. Or at least the bare emotions that at least one can easily describe that one.
No. No, I just don't feel pity for other people.
Why is that? What if someone's in a poor state, someone who had the hardest luck in their life?
Then take the proper
Did
procedures to do what you need to do. He, at this point, he puts the book down and kind of comes down, looks at you, like, using his tentacles to stand up, to look at you in the eyes, and goes, I can tell what your past has been. I can tell what you have done. And I can tell you right now that much of the misfortune in your life comes from people not trusting you. And if you wish to proceed through life and gain more fortune, you need to obey the rules. You need to gain people's trust and respect. You need to put your pride away and think about the other person. If you wish to borrow from someone, you must accept their terms. If you go behind their back, then that only tells them and everyone else around you that you are not to be trusted, and that doing what you have done is fine to do to you.
You remind me of a man I used to know. Very messed up. I hate that.
He replies by saying, many people hate what they do not want to hear.
Now you're just somebody that I used to know.
After that, he asks, Now what is there anything else I can help you with?
If you were in the situation that I am now, what would you do?
I would take the business contract. I would work hard to earn it back, and I would prove my trust. I would gain his trust. I would show to him that I am capable of not only fulfilling a promise, but being an honorable individual that can be trusted and work beside. The rules are there for a reason. If you do not follow them, no one will follow you.
I believe you do trust the rules. Are you, if I'm correct, are you more good, or are you just completely neutral? Just for interest.
He responds to you immediately saying, asking for one's alignment is a very dangerous question.
No, I would have followed up with that. I'm just asking that because you seem like a good person.
He's like,
I was trying to compliment him.
Yeah. He says, yeah. Well, look, at the same time, you're also asking in the form of a question, and that kind of implies you're asking for his alignment, which, as he's warning you right now, is a very dangerous thing to do.
Okay, well, I'm like, well, you do seem like a good person to me, so I won't go any further. Thank you for your advice.
With that, he goes back to his bed and starts continuing reading as if nothing had happened.
Yeah, I definitely.
Grimshaw is a good person.
I take the contract.
Yeah, I'll say this individual was the most robotic person you've met so far.
Wow. Yeah, he gave me something very, very enlightening, or at least very familiar to me. Does Grimshaw have a pen in his bag?
Not a pen. Pens don't exist.
Oh, well, you know what I mean. Does he have anything I can write with?
No.
Oh, I'll be like, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna ask him what I'm saying. Like, well, then
He gives you directions to the study.
Okay. I take the contract, I fold it, I put it in my bag, and I let Grimshaw be, and I go towards the study.
Okay. So you go to the study.
Is there something I can write with in there?
Yes, there's plenty of stuff.
This is where Grimshaw drafted this.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't know that.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that, so, I need, wait, actually, so no, that's not, I forgot 2 screens, okay. Am I in the study right now, like, in the Roll20? I don't think so.
No, you're not in the Roll20. Hold on. Let me there you go. Do you remember the description?
No. Describe it to me, please.
So there's tables, large tall bookcases full of books. There are several documents and scrolls on the table, including some depicting information about planes of existence, the world, etc. And there's a maroon candle on one of the tables.
I go up to it. I use one of the writing utensils I have.
Please don't
First
tell
off,
me.
so-
Please don't tell me you're gonna do the same thing.
What? No, I was going. Well, I went up to the table to write something down. I see
Okay.
the candle. I'm writing something down.
Okay. What are you writing down?
I write down, like, where's the part where I can sign it?
At the bottom where the signature would be.
Okay, I write down, I do my signature ROZELINELOWEL. Then I sign it.
Alright. You signed the signature.
Yeah, I sign it, put it down. I take, what did I write with?
A quill.
I go up to the candle and try to do the animation.
Roll with a -10.
You're gonna get us killed.
Okay. What check do I do? Like,
Dex.
strength, intelligence, dexterity?
It's always
Six.
dex. Okay, so -4. No, you swing it and
I
nothing
got,
happens.
I got a 16. No, I got
Okay.
a 14.
That
And
still
minus 10 plus
fails. That still fails.
2.
You swing the feather and nothing happens.
I'm like, well, worth a shot, and then I blow it out.
Alright, you blow it out.
And then I go back to the area where Grimshaw was. Okay?
Alright, don't forget there is a candle there as well.
I'll do that later, but I want to do something first.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm like, is the bed still lowered on the ground?
Yeah, you have not raised it back up yet.
Okay, cool. Is there like any like, okay, there's a bed, and there's usually a thing on the bed that like, this area of the bed that's like, here's your head, and there's like this thing.
It's called a headboard.
Yeah.
Headboard. Is there a headboard on these beds?
Yes, as well as railings to keep them from falling off.
Got it. I wanted to raise the bed up and then crush him. I'm kidding. I was just...
With your 5 level strength?
No, I could just say set bed raise and I can just make it keep raising.
Oh.
I was using my intellect, thank you, but obviously I can't do that. So I walk up to him. I grab the piece of paper. I roll it up into like this. And I smack him in the head.
Roll a strength check.
12.
Smack, no response. Smack, no response.
Wait, hang on. 1 second. So I made the joke, if I roll higher than an 85, something happens. I rolled a 94.
Okay.
So you just see Grimshaw's hand come up and swat at his face like there was a fly there and just go right back.
Like your girl.
Hold on. Grimshaw, roll me a strength check real quick.
Oh, just to wake myself up.
I'm not gonna hit him with a staff.
You're just gonna put me more to sleep.
No, I'm not gonna try to hit you like that. I'm just trying to just bonk you in the head just to wake you up. Not like, I'm not trying to make you. I'm not gonna try to make you keep going there. I'm just trying to wake you up.
I rolled a 11 after modifier.
Okay, so it's just a normal slap.
Yeah, just
You can see a red mark on his face, but that's about it.
there was a bug on his nose. He had to get it. useless. You still wanted to sleep.
Okay, I'm like, I grab my sap.
Oh
And I, like,
no.
I don't. Okay, I'm not gonna hit his head.
You hear the creature. You hear the creature going. You know, you tend to choose violence a lot, don't you?
It's a hard habit to lose. Okay, I'm trying.
Well,
I kill him.
No. He continues going. You know, the best way to stop a habit is to not do the habit.
Yeah, but I'm trying to find the best way to
He looks. He stops and looks down at you and goes, "Cold water."
But then I'm like, what? And then
man.
I'm like, I want to say something like true and play on, and I'm like, true. However, he did slam me against the wall. What if I hit him in the knee?
An eye for an eye does not work out.
Listen, I am following what you said. However, I must make
No,
my
wait.
decision.
Is
Eye
I
for
believe
eye
I believe the
makes
saying
one.
is two rights do not make a wrong.
No, but
Sorry,
3 rights
no,
make
two
a left.
two wrongs do not make a right. That's it.
I'm like, true. However, I don't want to use this.
He goes, ah, flawed human pettiness. Understood.
Yes. I grab my sap. I see. Well, is the location easily handled right now?
The sap is easily handled.
Well, I meant like the location which I'm going to hit.
Yes, he is comatose, lying on the bed. There is no. You could coup de grace this kind of thing.
Okay. I got my sap. I grab it with both hands. I raise it as high as I can. And I slam it down at his no-no area as hard as I can. The hard as force I can take.
There's going to be death. And it's not going to be a pretty death.
It's going to be death to your children.
Grimshaw, you wake up to a piercing pain.
What the?
Which I'd like to point something out real quick. People who have gone to this level of toxicity have essentially a -2 to their intelligence and wisdom. They have a bonus to their HP and morale. So
What the blazes are you waking me up like that for? You couldn't just use cold water like a normal dwarf?
That was for the wall and the books. And here's money. So I give him the contract.
the creature, by the way, tells you directly, like, I did warn her.
It's like everyone's taking her knees for this one. So, Grimshaw takes the time, goes over the whole contract. Huh. Huh. Rolls it up, puts it in his pack, pulls out the money for her, sets it over there for her. You know, not as bad as I thought you were gonna be.
Now I'm gonna learn some spells. See ya!
Yeah. Before you leave, you notice that the creature's looking at you, and he gives you a subtle nod, just kind of like, "What did I tell you?" Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna tell you this right now that whole deal is super toxic. There's no way she's gonna be able to pay it off in a week.
Oh, I know that.
The guy didn't look at the thing. He would have been like, "Don't sign this."
No, he doesn't care. His point was, if you need the money right now and you have no other way of getting it, and you really need this, sign it and work for it and do it. Otherwise, don't do the contract. Basically, the only thing he was trying to prevent her from doing was doing something unlawful and shady. That's what he was trying to prevent.
It's not like I offered bodily harm in this, like I usually do in my contracts.
See, he's getting better. See, I'm good. My character is good. No worries. So my character.
Your character is gonna have a job in a month.
All right, so Rosalind, where do you go from here?
Okay. Well,
Because there is still that candle.
Well,
Yeah, tell the hungover Grimshaw.
Grimshaw, do you want to do something fun?
Fun? This isn't like chess, is it?
No. See candles?
Yeah, I saw a couple of them.
Blow them out. And that's all you have to do. I'll do the rest.
Holy. Okay, Rosalind, really quick.
I
Your
know that don't.
no, your camera went super blurry. Like it became
Yeah.
blocks for a moment.
Oh. Like, is it fine now?
It's a little bit blurry.
Yeah, I was fine with the blurry because people, like you said, people aren't really looking right now. But like when it got really bad, I was just just whenever you can. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, you might want to.
Come back, see if that fix it.
It's like I said, the blockiness is gone. It's fine now, but I just want to let you know.
Okay. If it happens again, let me know. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I have many posts here, and I know you don't have the biggest brain, and I can tell you aren't looking very sober at the moment. So just blow out some candles.
You gotta match the flowers somehow. That's about all I got out of the elf puzzle.
And you just blow out some pretty candles. Can you do that?
Listen, if I see anything else, I'll tell you. Tell you what. Let's get ourselves out of here. I'm tired of this place. I like my hometown. I like the ground under my feet.
And I want to leave too. Very much so. But now I currently dominate spells. And so we can leave. But to be more useful, as our little group, I want to learn some spells I can probably find here.
By all
So
means,
while
that's what the money was for, right?
Exactly. So, I'm going to go find some spells while solving all these puzzles. You just need to blow out candles and be yourself. Except the racist part. Preferably. But you've been doing surprisingly good.
No, the racist part's the best part. Are you kidding me?
Also, I'm pretty sure at this point he's not really sure how he can be racist to these creatures. He doesn't even know what they are.
I'm surprised. I'm like both in and out of character. I'm like, he's being less racist than he usually is.
I mean, to be fair, these creatures have shown no discourtesy to him and have provided him food and drink.
True. But then again, he's like racist to every other creature. Like, I know that these creatures have been nice to him, but like...
Well, that's because he already has pre-built stereotypes about them. These creatures are completely foreign to him, and they have so far shown him no discourtezy.
my
They've
character just has really
literally
low-
been the epitome of good dwarven hosting.
Yeah.
Listen, Rosalind has just fairly low expectations for you. Like, the bar was seriously low.
That's fine.
So
But
the
you got-
bar...
but
So
I
you
came
passed
in.
that bar slightly.
I'm still a dwarf. If someone shows me the courtesy while I'm a I can't remember the words today. While I'm a guest at their house. Why did I forget guest?
Listen, do you know how low the bar is?
Oh, I know the bar's in the dirt.
We're talking out-of-character explanations here, that's all.
Yeah. I know the bar is in the dirt. It is the dirt. It is.
It's below the dirt. It is very.
Alright,
Worms inside.
so the creature Rosalind, the creature's gonna direct you to where the spell room is, or the maps and the scrolls. If you want to go to the spell weaving room, that's a different room entirely.
So he gives me the bucks so we do the transaction thingy?
Yeah, Grimshaw. Yeah, Grimshaw gave you the gold. You give the gold to the creature, and it gives you a single standard spell book.
Okay, I go to this spell room.
Actually, hold on. Let me double check something. Yeah, a single standard spell book, which can hold 24 first to third level spells.
24?
Yeah. This isn't a travel spell book. It's a standard spell book, so it's the big boy book.
Okay.
You're welcome.
It's gonna be very cumbersome to look around.
So, okay, I'm in the room. Can you put my character in the room?
Which do you want to go to? The spell room, the scroll room, or the spell weave room?
Let's do the scroll room first.
Okay, so that's literally right here at this door.
Grimshaw is gonna go blow out the candle, then put his hand on the wall.
Well, really quick, Grimshaw, because it's on a shelf that's above you, and you don't know how the platforms work. Okay, really quick, Rosalind, the room. So the room is lined with several scroll stands, all fastened to the wall, which go up a very long ways. At a top of the a top ahead guess would state that there are about 500 scrolls at least, while an educated one would bet that there is many more than just 500 scrolls. The scrolls are various maps, documents, spells, all sorts of stuff. Most of them don't seem to make sense to you, though, specifically the maps. And, of course, there is a maroon candle on the table.
I see the candle, I'm like, I think about it hard, I'm like, I could do the anime thing. Like, I don't say anime, but you know, I could do the thing. But I could just let Grimshaw do it, so I just ignore the candle. Do I see exactly where, the bar spells are here? Do I do a navigation?
You would have to I'm gonna say you search the room, so it takes you about an hour to get all the spell scrolls that you want.
How many did I grab?
The exact number we discussed, 9 and 9.
Good. Perfect.
While you're doing that,
Splendid.
Grimshaw, back to you. You and this bookshelf and the platform you don't know how to use.
No, I'm gonna actually turn to the NPC and ask him real quick, how do I get up there without ruining the bookshelf?
It explains the platforms and the command word and how they're used.
Alright, so I do the platform.
You start raising up into the air. Nothing's getting touched, nothing's getting damaged. You're just raising straight up into the air to the point where you specify the exact amount of feet.
This sounds still unnatural. I blow out the candle and I go right back down. It's unnatural. Stone shouldn't move like this. And then I'm gonna put my left hand, I'm gonna go over to this wall, start walking this way with my hand on the wall, and whenever I get to a door, I'm gonna go through it. I'm just gonna scan the rooms like that. There was a door right there. Alright, let's go.
Hey, look, it's the study!
Fantastic. Since I've already been down south, I'm gonna keep going this way.
Alright, cool. Oh, shoot.
Garrick. Oh, Flores.
Alright, so, this chamber is the most relaxing and peaceful one in the entire library. There are 12 cushions for sitting around a rich fountain with flowers along its edges, which, by the way, you recognize. I think you recognize one of these flowers, one of them at least.
I recognize the purple, and I recognize the
Blue.
blues.
Yeah. There are statues in the corners of wizards holding up a lit brazier. There is a figurine of an onyx dragon on the west side of the room, and there is a candle sitting on the edge of the fountain.
Wait a minute. Is the figurine movable? Like,
You interact with it?
can I pick it up?
Yeah, you do. You pick it up.
Phenomenal. Why do I feel like it has something to do with this little different coloration squares here?
Those squares are all the squares are cushions.
Oh,
Those are the cushions.
that doesn't work then.
Remember, you also saw a platinum dragon in the bedroom.
Yes, but I can't put a figurine on a cushion.
No, not really.
So I'm gonna go over to the candle real quick, blow out the candle. Any inscription in there?
No.
Alright. I'm gonna grab the dragon,
Okay.
shove it in my bag.
It's a pretty big one. So it's like this big, approximately.
I'm not looking at the screen. Hang on. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, about that big. So
Oh,
it'd
yeah,
take up
I
most.
kinda have-
Yeah, you'd have to pull out some of the bottles that you have to make some room for it.
Oh no, not my. I'm not gonna drop my FP bottles in this. But I'll just carry it under my arm then.
Okay.
I can't. It's not like I can't juggle them while I'm walking.
Congratulations, you have a you have an onyx dragon.
And I'm just gonna continue the left-hand labyrinth.
Alright, let me read this one to you real quick. This echoing chamber has a large grand carpet leading to a dais, where a maroon candle resides. Surrounding it are vents to provide a mist/fog along the floor about a foot in depth. So most of your body. Or like a quarter of your body. There is a bookshelf on the west side, 4 pedestals holding crystal orbs fastened to their stands, a lectern holding an arcane book, and a very large statue of a blind wizard. On the dais are words that are carved into the stone.
Blow out the candle, read the words.
Alright, this is what the words say. Speak, and I shall prophesize.
Speak, and I shall prophesize. Okay. Can I read the book there?
You go over to it, and I'm going to go ahead and say this. You can read it, but you cannot comprehend a single thing it's trying to say.
Ah, gibberish. Gotcha.
I knew he couldn't read.
Well, I can read the stone.
No, you just can't read, right? All of it's just your imagination.
That's all reading is.
You never know. Okay.
Alright. Speak, and I shall prophesize. Is this like an ask and it'll answer a question? Huh. Yeah, I'm going to keep going. It's a pretty room.
Oh my gosh. Okay, remind me to tell you about this room after the session.
I feel like this could easily just be like an easy out sort of thing.
I'll explain to you after the session. I just need you to remind me.
Yeah.
Hey, look, there's another library. You see a nice little candle there, and you see one of the creatures kind of sorting the books. Like you see it like up several feet, hanging onto the what do you call it, the bookcases with its tentacles, using his hands to sort everything, just kind of like moving around.
Go up to him and hold up the onyx dragon. Hey,
It looks down at you.
I found this guy wandering around the fountain area, and I've been wanting to get him back to his home. Can you tell me where that is?
I'm afraid I cannot. I'm not permitted.
That was worth a shot. Go blow out the candle.
All right.
And then the left-hand room would be technically this one, closest one to where
Yep.
I'm at right now. Oh God! It's you.
Rosalind, you're still searching for scrolls again. You see him wander into one of the other
So
doors.
and you like see me, you're like my eyes are just like sparkling. I'm like, words.
Yeah.
Like,
You see her going like scroll, magic, scroll.
I know, like I'm going magically like insane, but like like when you're really enthralled in something, I'm like, oh hey, you're here. Blow the candle, and then I go back to try to memorize spells.
I don't even say hi to her. I'm just like blow up candle, keep going. Just keep moving. Just keep moving.
Yeah, I was about to say, this looks familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah. I feel like I've been through all these doors, actually.
No, there's still 2. In this particular room, there's 2 you haven't gone through.
I know I've gone through the one I'm closest to right now.
Correct. And this is where you came from originally.
So I got this door, and I think this is a door up here, right?
Yep.
So in the effort to stay in the left-hand rule, we're gonna go with that door. Remember, I am doing the labyrinthian left-hand rule.
Yeah, I get you.
Candle.
So from what you can tell, this is basically a reading room. It's meant for, like, okay, it's not just all bookshelves. It's a place to sit down and put the books down and actually read some of the stuff that you brought. And there is, of course, a candle.
I sneeze on the candle. It's like at this point I'm like nonchalantly just like carrying this dragon, just licking my fingers as I go by the candles.
Alright, continue to the next room. Let me explain this one to you. This awe-striking room contains a grand orrery, showing the sun, bright gemstone illuminating the center, basically, and the 13 planets and their moons attached to the many arms. There is a table with a smaller version of this machine, which is designed to allow you to control it, so you can essentially rotate it and get to a certain date that you want to depict. The machine appears to have multiple settings, but what those settings are, you're not sure. There is, of course, a maroon candle on the table with that machine.
I'm gonna go blow out the candle. I'm gonna at least go look at this because this is some techie stuff.
Yeah. You're looking at this and you're like, this is not magic.
I can understand this.
Well, not really. This is like gnomish make.
Yeah, but I have more chance to understand this than magic.
Agreed. So like I said, you can rotate it back, you can rotate it forward, and then there are 3 settings.
I feel like the goal should be to try and get the balls to line up in the right spots. Because that would make the most sense. But we're not here to make sense, because this place is magic, and magic doesn't make sense. So is there an inscription anywhere on this, or is it just
No inscription.
no inscription, just planets?
Yeah, pretty much. Planets and moons.
I'll have to come back. Left hand rule out the door. Got really dark. Got really dark.
You left.
I see another dragon.
Alright, so this room has 2 very long tables as well as bookshelves lining one of the walls filled with books. The tables are littered with a messy array of books, parchments, documents, scrolls, bowls of spell materials, research documents, parchment, and quills, and all sorts of other stuff. In this mess can be found a maroon candle and a lapis lazuli statue.
I'm gonna go blow out the candle. I'm gonna grab the lapis lazuli statue in my other hand. Now I'm carrying 2 dragons.
Yay!
I'm gonna start stacking them on my head soon.
Alright.
Golden dragons like I am a dragon.
There is another creature in this room. We'll point that out.
What the jelly bean looking things. I want one.
What jelly bean? What looking things?
I don't know if I can. Okay. There we go.
Oh, those aren't jelly beans. They're gemstones.
Mmm. The dwarven jelly beans. No, I'm gonna continue on my left hand rule and just see how many rooms I can Kool-Aid man through.
Back to the orrery.
Yep. And then all the way around to the other side.
Oops, that's not all.
Sniff, snarf.
There we go.
Book.
In this room is nothing but a lectern and a single book. Let me scroll down. Okay, so it's completely barren except without any design, theme, art, nothing. The only thing in here is a simple book on a lectern.
That I can't read.
Well, currently the book's closed. You haven't opened it.
Yes, but if I open it and there's exploding runes, they wouldn't do that in a library.
Would your character even know about exploding runes? You'd have to roll an intelligence check, and that would be a pretty hard check.
He knows wizards are crafty and sly, and he doesn't trust them to begin with.
Yeah,
So
but
he's
at the same time, this is a library, and there's so far nothing's actually killed you or attacked you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go open. I'm gonna go open the book.
It is
Exploding runes.
it's blank except for a single sentence, and the sentence is, "What is your story?"
What is my story? Now, hopefully, my story isn't me dying on the way to make my own, make my family proud of me again.
Immediately, the entire room kind of shifts, and you see your form dying. Basically, just as you described it, it shows it materializes in like a holographic illusion form.
Oh no. That's some psychological trauma watching myself die. Alright, so what is my story? Becoming the next Honeystone Tavern magnate?
Immediately, scene changes. You are now in like the highest of the of your family. You are crowned. You're even crowned. You have all the symbols. Like if there's a signet ring your people would have, you're wearing it. You've got everything. Like you're the highest of the high. This is you seeing all this. You don't see the room anymore. You're seeing it's as if you're actually there.
Interesting. This isn't a what is or what will be. This is a want. This room shows you what you want to see. That's kind of peaceful. Alright. Go to the left. Keep going left.
You don't see any doors. You're still in the place that you had brought up.
Alright, so my story is I am stuck in the library still.
So now it's showing you a different room in the library. Not the one that you came in, not the one that the book was in. You're in a completely different room.
I am in the ensorcelled room that shows you what you want to see.
Okay, now it brings you back.
Haha! I beat the system. Left hand, let's go.
What?
Well, technically, it'd be the other way.
Oh yeah, because I came in this way.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
That room was trippy, man. I had to remember how to say things like that.
So, once again, you're in another reading room. There's another creature here sorting books, and you see a candle on the table.
Go blow out the candle, say hi, Todd, and just walk out.
Did you say hi, Todd?
Todd.
The mask kind of shifts, like swiftly just as you walk away. Alright, the room is barren, save for the fact that the floor curves upwards somewhat as it grows closer to the wall. In the center of the room is a large pedestal with a crystal ball fastened to its stand. There's also a maroon candle on the pedestal.
Blow out the candle, stare into the crystal ball.
You stare into the crystal ball, you don't see anything, and the longer you stare, the more your eyes hurt.
Well, you know what? That's scans. Get out of here.
Scroll up here. We just did a loop. Alright, this 25-foot chamber contains a central pedestal, a strange mechanism, a tapestry depicting a strange runic door with a lock on it, and various paintings of different goblin tribes.
Goblins! So it's just depicting the goblins. It's not a map of the goblins. How is it?
No. It's like showing like different like one's like in a forest with a couple of them like it shows them like sneaking around. One of them shows like a plains where they're kind of like charging, that kind of thing. One of the paintings has a leader in it, and you can see a golden key hanging from its waist.
I'm gonna go touch it.
Touch the painting, it feels like a painting.
What's this golden doohickey thing right here?
That's the device that I mentioned.
Can I poke the device?
Going over to the device, you can see that it has a couple of settings, including ways you can turn it and kind of like... So basically, there's a turning device, and there's kind of like a lever.
Okay, so like, if I faced it towards one of the paintings and pulled the lever...
So as you turn the device, you see essentially a metal ring on the ceiling start to rotate, which rotates the arm. So you can position it on any of the paintings or tapestry.
So you said there was one goblin that had a golden key.
Yes, and that's this one right here.
I'm gonna position it so it's there.
Yep.
And pull the lever, Gronk.
The metal arm kind of like gets ready to move, and then it goes down. As soon as it touches the painting comes to life.
I stab it.
Well,
it.
Yeah, you throw it, well, stab it with what? You don't have a blade.
I stab it with my hammer.
You thrust your hammer forward, you see them jump out of the way, kind of look at you, and they all dogpile on the hammer to try and keep you from pulling it back. Roll a strength check. Ooh, they got high.
21.
Oh, you yeah, they rolled a 19, but you still, yeah. You're like, yeah, like, you see them dogpiling, you're like, oh, that's cute. You pull it back, 5 of them, including the one with the key, get yoinked out of the painting with you. The others are still in the painting, but they're quickly recovering and trying to get out of the painting.
I kick the lever up and I swing them around.
Painting freeze. Painting freezes. And now you have 5 goblins in the room with you. You're gonna have initiative because you yoinked them into the room.
I hope you cats like whack-a-mole. Alright. So, seeing as I can launch people 25 feet, roughly, off of a non-combative chest bump, what am I gonna do to these poor goblins? We're gonna be paced. I'm gonna turn them back into paint.
Oh man, that's good.
So, this one right here, I'm specifically targeting the side of him.
Which one? Okay, gotcha.
Now, here's what I'm thinking.
You want to hit all of them in one blow?
No, there's no way I'm hitting all of them.
Okay.
I
was
am
wondering.
I have too short of a range for that. However, actually, if I move the 5-foot step right there, I can get most of them in one hit.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you hold it at the edge of your weapon, then you can just...
So
I'll require a
just
strength
one,
check plus the 2 hit, but yeah.
Alright, you know what? I will do that. Let's have some fun. Strength check first or hit to hit first?
Strength check because you're swinging it in a way that was not meant to be used.
That's a 19.
Yeah, you can handle it easily. Now roll to hit, which should not be difficult. They're wearing leather armor, so...
Oh.
What'd you roll?
Well, that might actually not hit.
What'd you roll?
13.
That hits.
Wait, I hit all of them? Or do I have to roll individually for each one?
You hit the first 2, no doubt. I'm going to roll Dex to see if the other 2 manage to escape. Fail. Fail. Okay, you hit all 4 of them. And your bonus damage is like 9, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you just destroyed 4 of their heads.
There is now paint on the floor.
Yeah. The last one, of course, has the key.
I just turn to him and smile.
You turn to him, he automatically is on you, like, strikes you with a sword that doesn't get past your armor.
Do I want to do something awful? No. No. When he thrusts his sword into me, can I grab his hand and just break it?
Oh, yes, you can. To be fair, these are goblins. Your kind does hate demi-humans, especially orcs, but goblins are a close second.
I know. Green skin war. This poor goblin's gonna have a heart attack. That 20.
Okay, so here's how it works. You grab it, you crush his bones, causing him to fall to the ground, then you just tear his wrist off.
He's still alive, isn't he?
He's still alive, but essentially what's happening is you're letting him bleed out, and every time he tries to hit you or escape, you kind of kick or crush his arm, or you're just making this thing suffer until it dies a slow and painful death.
Yes.
You now have possession of his key.
supposed to, but I know it's useful.
Do you not remember the description of the tapestry?
No, I don't remember. What was it?
You glance at the tapestry, and the tapestry is of a door with a lock on it.
Wow. Yeah, that would have. I was trying to listen some more. Listen. I heard goblin. I'm just like goblin.
No, I get that. That's why I'm bringing it up again, because after your rage, you're probably gonna like look around for a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around, see the door, go, huh, that's cute. I do the same thing. I point the thing towards the door.
Touches the tapestry, becomes real.
Put the key in the door. Open the door.
Open your.
I do that every time.
Totally good.
So you open up the door, and inside is a cyan half of a spherical crystal.
I'm hanging there.
And at the same time, as soon as you open the door, oop, yeah, the runes start glowing.
Great. Something.
Yeah,
So
the
stupid
dwarf,
guy.
the dwarf unlocks the door, and immediately there's a magic rune covering the floor.
Great. Wow.
He called me stupid.
I'm sorry for not paying attention to you, Rosalind. It's just your character's spending literally 2 hours doing this research and study.
She's playing music.
I'll have her rejoin after the second room. I'm assuming you want to keep going?
Yes, let's just keep going.
Do you take the gemstone with you?
I do totally take the gemstone
Oh,
with
the
me.
crystal. Sorry, not gemstone, crystal. You're gonna have to put in your backpack. But yeah, just
Yeah.
load around the two. What do you call it? The two dragons along the way.
Yeah.
Okay. This 25-foot chamber has a central pedestal, 4 stands containing gemstones, 2 unlit braziers, and purple curtains along the wall. On the central pedestal are the words, "Light the ceremonial braziers through offerings, and free the treasure through fire." The gemstones are an amethyst, a ruby, an obsidian, and a diamond, each approximately the size of an open hand in diameter.
I have an onyx dragon. Can the onyx dragon go on the onyx gemstone?
It's way too big for that now.
Okay. Light the braziers. Free the treasure through fire. I don't have anything to light a fire.
There are curtains.
Yes, but I don't have flint. I don't have anything.
I have a
to, like,
question for you, just in case you forgot this. What special thing can you do to keep yourself nourished?
Special. That I can fish. Hunt.
Okay, so Grimshaw's going to be pondering this for a while.
Yeah.
Rosalind, back to you. You have gotten your spells at this point. It has been 2 hours now,
Oh my gosh, I have never
which makes a
resisted-
total of 4 hours, I think. Or no, 5 hours.
If only there was a spell for me to instantly get out of here, but might as well keep my promise. So I wanted to. Can I ask one of the people the room that Grimshaw originally was in with the flowers so I can solve that one?
You can't ask them to go to that room because you don't know that room exists. Oh no, you do. You pass through it. My bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you can go back to that room.
Chill. Can you move my character?
Yep.
Can I use my investigative Sherlock Holmes skills?
Yes, you can.
Yes, go Sherlock Gnomes. 15 plus 3, 18.
Okay, so from what you can gather, as you're reading everything and piecing it all together, you had been in the garden. You've seen all these plants in that garden, including saplings.
So I need to do is grab the flowers from the garden and bring them into here. Right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Cool. Take me to the garden.
Alright, 1 second.
You're good.
Okay, just did a quick count of the amount of candles you guys have put out so far.
How many?
As you go through that same room that you were in before, I think it's 11 or 12.
That's good.
That's because the left-hand rule always works.
I see Becca, right?
Yep.
I'm like, excuse me, Boko.
We're just
You go-
mixing up the names on purpose.
Boko,
You say that and he goes, if you will not say my name correctly, then you will not talk to me at all.
Becca,
Thank you.
right?
Yes.
Understood. May I use these flowers, not for myself, but to help solve my way out of this place?
Could you be more specific?
These flowers are necessary for completing a task in one of the rooms, one of the puzzles. And I'll need to grab each of the flowers that are indicated in the other room so I can continue solving the puzzles that comes my way.
Yes, you may use them for that purpose.
Thank you. Any chance? Wait. What flowers are in there exactly? What are the flowers?
Oh God.
I do not have enough time to give lore on every single one of these flowers, so we're just not
Okay.
going to answer that question.
There's one flower I'm specifically looking for. I just want to see if this one flower is in there. That's cool.
What
One
flower?
moment. I need to find it. I need to make sure where it's I just need to make sure. I had it. It seems like it's a petal.
I'm gonna feel so bad for the next NPC I walk by.
It's not. I believe it is a rose petal.
There are no traditional roses here.
Ah, darn. Never mind. See, none of my so I grab the flowers that are necessary for the puzzle and
Yep.
I go into the other room.
All right, so let me give me a second. So you get to the main chamber where you guys originally came from. You open the door to go into the flower room, and you end up here.
Okay, I need to like zoom out because like it's a different area.
Yep.
So I need to like zoom out and in a lot. There you go.
Yeah, and you're like, wait, what happened? And the door closes behind you.
Great. I'm like, oh, splendid. What do I see? I'm trying to look around. I see nothing but a door in front of me.
You're in like a 2-square hallway.
Do I detect magic in front of me? That's not the door, because I know the door is going to come up with magic once it opens.
No, you do not.
Okay, I walk through the door.
1 second.
I open the door. I think of like Doki Doki Literature Club, like open the door. You know what that game is?
I've seen Matt Pat play it. Yeah.
I slowly open the door.
Hey, Grimshaw, do you know the key that causes everyone to be forced to view a certain area? Or the shortcut for that? Dang it.
No, not off the top of my head.
Well, Rosalind, to the left.
To the left.
Yep,
Okay.
as it happened to you again.
What? Okay. Wait, what's to the left of me?
Move your camera to the left.
Oh yeah, I moved. I'm in the room. Like.
Okay,
oh,
cool.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the meditation room that Grimshaw had been in.
Oh. Okay.
And again, the door closes shut behind you.
I hate that it does that. It's so annoying.
Oh, I love you're sitting here in the meditation room with the flower in your hand. You're just like, how did I get here?
I know. I was like, so what? Wait. So this isn't the room I was supposed to go in. Wait, so did I just get teleported here? Or wait, what the heck happened? I'm so confused. Of course. First off, I look at the flowers in the middle. There's no roses in the middle, right?
Nope.
Right. So there's these statues around me. What's in the statues? Like, what are they holding?
It's holding braziers that has a calm fire going.
Interesting. I used to detect magic around me. Is there any magic I feel anywhere?
Nope.
It's so useful. I love doing that so much. Can I investigate the room and see if there's anything I'm noting here?
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that there's nothing of interest. It's basically a room for meditation. Like straight up, that's what it's about.
Well, I already technically did that by, reading my spell. Don't care, can I? I'm just going to leave. So, let's see. So there's a door up there and a door down there. I go to the door up top. Is it the room I'm trying to go in? Okay. What the heck is this?
Let me read it to you.
What is that weird guy statue?
Okay. I'm gonna do a speed run because I already went over this room. There's a dais where there's a there's a dais in front of the statue. The statue is essentially of a blind man, and on the statue and on the dais are the words "Speak and I shall prophesy."
I don't see anything. I go up to the statue and I investigate the statue further.
Yes, you can. Roll an intelligence check.
18 plus 3, 21.
You're inspecting the statue, and this is a stone golem.
Nothing special about it?
Do you know what a stone golem is?
No.
It's essentially a magical statue that magic users can create through a lot of spells and a lot of materials and a lot of money. And they're very strong, very powerful, and will activate to do certain tasks on certain conditions.
So this thing was created.
Correct.
Well, my character is speaking, obviously right now. This character is created to do this task I'm applying. And if it says speak, I shall prophesy. Theorize. Is going to see something in my future. If I do it, it might. What's the book behind me say?
Going to the book, essentially it's in its own very fancy and long-winded way, explaining the concepts of prophecies and fortune telling and the various ways that it can be done in. Which ones are harder to do but more accurate, which ones are less accurate but easier to accomplish. You know, just basically an overview of prophecies.
Wait. Actually. Quickest way to get out of here. I speak that.
Alright. It gives you essentially a prophecy about a man who was once trapped in a dungeon, and the way it describes the dungeon, it's not this library, and it goes on. It explains how the man escapes and frees the demon lord of hell.
That was useful. Well, I'm not gonna say that, but it was like quickest way to get out of this library.
He gives another prophecy, a different one, but again, pretty much the same thing that happened with the other time.
It's a prophecy. You can't ask it a question where it has a distinct answer. It's looking into the future.
I know, but I But I'm thinking, like, it could see someone else trying to get out here and they found a secret way to get out or something.
Prophecies are the past and the future. Using the past to dictate the future, basically.
The golem's obviously magical. I don't need to look into that. Anything else to know in this room I can investigate?
Just that as you look at the bookcases, there's a whole bunch of books with a slew of like it's basically the entire bookshelf. There is basically a what's the word I'm looking for? Not
Like Prophecy 101?
No, well, there are a few that explain it, but it's mostly like a manifest of all the prophecies that have been recorded ever on this giant bookshelf.
I got an idea. Like, my character gets ideas. Like, my future.
It essentially gives a prophecy, and it sounds like you at first, but there's a lot of details that are incorrect. For example, they started out as a thief, but they ended up becoming a fighter instead.
Ew. My character oddly says ew.
Honestly. It gives another prophecy.
I just sighed. Okay, I walked towards the right door. I'm like, I'm done.
Gives another prophecy on your way out.
Useless to me.
You're in a library, and you see one of the creatures.
Hello there. What?
My name is Korna.
Corna?
I have not been asking any of their names.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Wait, Corna?
Korna.
Corna.
With a Q.
Oh, Q. My apologies.
Oh, no, like Korna spelled with a Q.
Okay, but it's pronounced like corn A. Corna.
Korna.
Okay. Well, Corna. I'm trying to pronounce it like that.
Yeah.
What role do you serve here? If you don't mind me asking.
One second.
You look up.
Alright. She explains that she is the head assistant to Zasis and handles most of the work that he is unable to keep up with, so that he may rest and read when he is finished with his own tasks.
Sir. So you're like his right-hand man. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right-hand woman.
My apologies. You know, hopefully you got what I meant. But what I mean is, can you perchance take me home?
She points down to the door at the bottom.
Thank you for your time. I go towards the door at the bottom.
There he is.
Like I could hop on this board.
There he is. Sitting on the bed reading a book. This whole time you've been talking to the head librarian of this library.
No, like, I'm connecting dots. I'm like, I have a question. I know I've been asking a lot of questions. I do appreciate your help, but
It is my job to answer.
do I really have to solve all these puzzles to get out, or is there a quicker way?
There is no quicker way.
You know how many that have already been solved and how many more that need to be solved?
I cannot give you that answer.
You're the wisest of them all here, are you?
I'm the first.
Any wisdom that, if you would mind, to impart upon me since you've been here for the longest time? Just wondering, what's any wisdom you can provide? I know you gave me wisdom before, But since I know you are the first, anything?
Not he if he could smile, he'd be smiling right now, and he goes, not pertaining to the puzzles, no. Not pertaining.
Thank you for your question, your wisdom for private about my acquaintance.
The mask nods.
Wait, what's at the bottom left? Is that chest?
It's a chest with a platinum dragon on top of it.
Well, I'm gonna ask you, am I allowed to open up that chest and take anything, or is that just to look
The
at?
chest is for anyone who sleeps in this room to store their items.
Well, you know, I'm gonna leave and try to get back to that room I was in so I can solve the puzzle.
Which door do you go through?
The top one.
Oh no, actually, you've been here before, so you can actually go through the right way.
Okay, I'll go through the right way.
Hey, look, you're in the room. Oh, you stop trying to. I'm helping you navigate. Hey, kitty!
Putty tat! Invasion!
Kitty!
Okay, there's no candles. Right? I don't see any candles.
Don't sniff my feet, that's weird.
Okay. I go and solve the puzzle.
Alright, so you place one flower into the vase that is, as according to it. Make a couple of rolls real quick.
Don't yell at me. You did this to yourself. Hey, put those away.
Okay.
Otherwise you're not getting let go.
So you place all the flowers in their appropriate area. As soon as you do that, place glows up. Hey, look. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. It's the wrong layer. There we go. And then now on the pedestal is a pink half, the pink half of a crystal sphere.
And I have a green half, right?
Correct.
What if I put both the halves together?
You try?
Yeah, I tried.
They're pushing against each other. Yeah, you got it right on the head.
See, I am Sherlock Holmes. See, it works. Okay, cool. What if well, just to make sure, what if I do it like each of them in the opposite direction?
Nope.
Just do nothing yet. I thought. I go. Where am I?
I brought you to the main chamber again, unless you wanted to go the other direction.
I want. Well, okay. Well, I'm in the main chamber. Can I say I'm in the middle door more closely?
Yeah, you can.
Do I need an investigator or anything?
It looks plain except for the arcane runes on the edges of it.
Can I read those runes, or do I need to read magic? which I
Read
don't
magic.
have? Oh wait, I already did that spell technically, but since I was reading for a long time, since it was like, what's it called? Like over half an hour. Can I reuse it again?
No, because you're studying new spells.
Darn it, that's splendid. Wait, what are those? Okay, what are these? I can put my character on that. What are those?
There are statues of warriors.
Like, it looks like just like their head is empty, at least from on here. Or is it, that's just their hair, isn't it?
More like the helmet.
Oh, there's, okay. Is there anywhere in the room where...
Oh, helmet or hair, I don't know what it is.
Would I see anything in the room that could correlate the stones in my hand with anywhere? Like, I could
As you're
see
passing
one.
the pedestal that you're beside right now, the pink one is glowing very faintly.
Is there an opening where I can put a stone
Nope.
in it?
Nope. There's just a flat
I
pedestal.
go around the pedestals. Do I see a green one glowing?
As you go around, once you hit, whoops, I'm trying to grab you. Once you get past that one, it glows a little bit, and they fade every time you get away from their corresponding pedestals.
Okay, then I go to, for example, this one, it's not glowing at all, right?
Correct. Neither of them are glowing when you get to that one.
I sigh. Oh, there's 2 more rooms. So wait. Soft
All right. So while you're doing that, Grimshaw, back to you.
I remembered, I think. Can I do the command and get flint and steel for food?
Flint and steel?
if I do-
No.
But there's gotta be something I can use to light.
You asked for an alcoholic beverage, did you not?
I did ask for an alcoholic beverage, but there's still a problem. How am I gonna light the alcoholic beverage?
Okay, roll me an intelligence check with a +5 because you are good with alcoholic beverages.
I am thinking with my shoes today.
All right, you're coming up blank.
No, the thing is, like, I get that I could use the alcohol as a base to light on fire, but there's still the fact that to light a brazier, you gotta have some form of initial spark.
I mean, you could go back to Rosalind for advice. You could
That would
investigate.
work.
You could read the runes again, or it's up to you. But
Shit. Read it again. Let me hear it again.
light the ceremonial braziers through offerings, and free the treasures through fire.
Oh. Offerings would just be fire. Would just be anything. Do the braziers have anything written on them?
Nope.
Well, I hate wasting good alcohol, but
So like I told you, there's the 2 braziers, there's 4 gemstones on pedestals, and then there's curtains.
and there's nothing in the braziers whatsoever.
Nope, completely empty.
All right, I'm gonna tear down the curtains. Throw 1 curtain in each one.
Oh wait, you tear down one of the curtains, and you see writing that has been carved into the stonework. So, no, that's wrong. So the words that have been carved into it are as such: the diamond combusts into flames. Don't trust the colors. Obsidian are, and then it scrolls out.
Diamond bursts into flames. Don't trust the colors. And obsidian.
Okay, I kind of know this one.
So it's diamond and obsidian. Amethyst.
Diamond, ruby, obsidian, and amethyst.
Diamond will burst into flames. Don't trust the colors, which would be ruby and amethyst. I feel like obsidian would probably be the safest one.
So what do you do?
Yes. So, after I stick the curtains in the braziers, I call upon the great gods of give me alcohol, and I pour sacrificial alcohol.
Well, if you're praying and nothing pops up.
No, I'm not praying.
Okay. So you do the command, you get alcohol, you pour it onto it. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. So there's got to be a sacrifice for it. Dragon? Meat? Maybe meat.
Remember what it said. What is it? The diamond combusts into flames. Don't trust the colors. Obsidians are.
So I'll take the diamond and I'll put the diamond in the one brazier.
Roll a dex check.
As it bursts into flame.
With alcohol and fuel on the fire.
I start the fire.
I just lit the house on fire.
Oh, Lord. A 1?
No, I rolled a 16.
Okay. So you narrowly dodge as it literally just blows up into the air from the combustion and the excessive alcohol to fuel it.
I want to do this again.
Literally everything that was in the brazier is now gone. It is just a flame that is keeping itself lit.
Is there still a diamond?
Nope, diamond's gone. Combusted. Renew up.
Don't trust colors. So if you don't trust the colors, diamond definitely combusted. If you don't trust the colors, only other thing you can do is the lack of color, which would be onyx. So I'm gonna throw the onyx into the brazier.
Obsidian, but yeah.
Obsidian.
All right, you drop the obsidian in there. You see as it starts to melt away, to reveal a purple, essentially a purple half of a spherical crystal.
Alright.
So now you have a cyan one and a purple one.
Alright, I'm gonna go continue my left-hand walk around the world. Yeah. Where'd I go?
All right, let me describe this room for you.
I see dragon.
This 25-foot chamber has 12 pedestals surrounding the central one, made of either black or white marble, with the 13th to the north of the central pedestal carrying a strange device with a gemstone button. On each of the pedestal is a dragon made of various colored and metallic materials. The text on the pedestal reads, "United in species, divided in difference. To the north be the weak, to the south be the strong."
Okay, I'm not the strength of dragons. But I got two.
Let me make sure you can read all these. Oh, no, you can't. My bad. Let me go ahead and let you see the names of them so you know what they all are. And I'll let you figure out.
So real quick, which way is north?
Up. North is always going to be up on the map.
Okay, just making sure. And I have the obsidian and
You have the onyx dragon and the lapis lazuli dragon.
okay.
I'm going to go ahead and bring those down for you.
So onyx would definitely go on the darker side. Lapis lazuli feels like it would go on the lighter side. We had a platinum dragon. Copper, silver, chromatic, pearl. Would be copper, silver, platinum, chromatic lapis lazuli pearl on the one side, and then on the other side it would be
Currently, you have 2 dragons missing, and this is including the ones you have on hand.
yeah, I have 2 dragons on one hand, but I also don't know where the platinum one is. It's in the room with all the beds. So copper, silver, platinum, chromatic, lapis lazuli, onyx, granite, jade, missing gold, bronze.
Okay, back to the game.
I can see your feet.
Yeah, I was about to say.
We're not selling feet pics here, please, and thank you.
Alright,
I'm sorry.
so while you're figuring out the dragons, Rosalind, is there anything else you want to do right now?
Well, first off, that means there's 2 more rooms. Wait, this is like out of character technically. So he has 2 gemstones, right?
Correct.
And I have 2 gemstones, right?
Correct.
Does that pretty much mean we're done if you put all the gemstones in there?
I'm not answering that question.
Would my character know that he already finished some of the rooms? Well,
No.
actually, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Exactly. And he has
You
to
would
finish-
you would assume that he hasn't finished any of the rooms because the only thing you told him to do was blow out the candles.
Did he blow out all the candles yet or no? I don't think so. But...
I'm not answering that question.
Well, is there any areas on the guys on the 2 giant guys in the middle, like on the left and right? Do they have areas for spells? Or no? Are they just fancy statues?
Are you investigating them?
Yeah.
So the one on the right, just a normal statue. There's nothing significant about it. The one on the left is a stone golem.
No. Is there anything written on it?
Nope.
Well, I want to look for Grimshaw. That's what I want my character to do.
Okay, where do you look?
Well, my character, I'm at least from what I'm remembering. If I go left through the bottom left door and go up through like the right door, like up, like go through. Okay, go through bottom door. Go through that one.
That one right there? That you're at right now?
Yeah.
Going left?
And then go through that door. Yeah.
You see a library with a candle on one of the shelves.
I just like swear to my breath like he didn't get all the candles yet. Kind of pissed. Let's see. Anything in my bag I can get alien on. No, I've done multiple anime. Let's see what I got. I'm gonna do something really stupid.
Oh no.
Well, it's not really stupid.
What are you
my
doing?
character. I'm just thinking.
Am I in danger?
No, you're not in danger here.
I might be the only safe.
Can I pick up the candle?
It's on a higher shelf. You have to get up to it.
I'm 6 foot. Can I reach it?
No.
And can I climb? Can I
No,
try
but
it?
you can use the platform like you did the last 3 times.
Well, I didn't know where's platform. Sometimes I'm like, is there a platform? You're like, no. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a platform where there's only a platform where it's needed, as I mentioned, in front of bookshelves that are 85 feet tall.
Is this 85 feet
Yes.
tall? Okay.
I kid you not, every single bookshelf you encounter is 85 feet tall. This is a huge library.
Great. I go on the ground. You know, like, have you ever
Brotherhood, yes.
I do like get on the ground and like set forward, go up like how many feet to where the candle is.
And why did you do this, given that your character has never seen Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood?
Remember last time how you said sometimes they get those anime moments, or like yeah.
That's
they
true,
make-
yeah. So you
Yeah, I
do
get
that,
that.
and as you're raising, you kind of like blink, and you're like, why did I do that?
I know exactly. Like why did I do that?
I forgot that I said that. Yeah, go. All right, go ahead. You're at like you're up high, like 20 feet in the air with the candle.
I just freaking smack the candle and make it fall on the floor.
Okay.
Does it go out?
Yes, it goes out.
I look down like he's out. I'm like, okay, chill. While I'm
What
there,
are you doing?
being a dumbass. While I'm there, what's on the shelves? Like, what books are there?
Remember how I gave you the full list when you were in the main library section?
Oh yeah, where am I at now?
Again, full list. 85 feet tall bookshelf. Every subject.
Yeah. Well, I want to know what's in front of me.
Alright, let me make a roll.
I know. I mean, like, I want to investigate what's in front of me. What books that are in front of me.
Second. Back up. This is a huge list. Okay, so you're seeing a lot of books on geography.
Can I investigate the books?
For what?
I want to see what. Maybe where we are at, because this is the library. I want to see where this library.
Let me re-explain this. Scientific geography, so books on
Oh.
landscapes and land masses and formations and planets and that kind of stuff.
Oh, my character doesn't care. Okay, I can down.
I was sitting around like, what are you trying to look for?
I thought you meant history or like geography,
No.
like
Geography is land.
Like countries. Listen. I'm not smart. My character is. I'm going down.
You walk
going
into
up
a
the road.
random warehouse that was empty and suddenly appeared in a library. Do you really think there's a set place where you can find this?
I don't know. Be like, I could read a book. Be like, how to enter the library through multiple locations, and maybe
Boy.
I can do some connections. Be like,
You wouldn't find that in a geography book, no.
yeah, that's why I said I don't care. I'm going up. I go down. I do like, I don't do the anime thing 'cause I don't remember it. But, I do like go down, floor, do it, and then I went down on the floor. I get up forward, right there.
Yep.
Am I just in the hallway? Yeah, I'm in the hallway.
Let me describe this room to you once I scroll up to it after I get past this huge list of books.
Kindle! Yeah.
Okay. This room has many bookcases stretching up high on one side of the room and 4 sets of tables and chairs for reading. The tables and chairs are sized for small people and many of the books are at children's level. There is a brass dragon figurine on one of the tables as well as a maroon candle.
I see a NPC here.
Yep.
I look at him and I'm like, what's your name?
Scroll up the monster here. A lot of scrolling. Let's see that one. Okay. He says that his name is Hashis.
Hash is interesting. And what role do you hold at this fine library?
I'm in charge of cleaning the library. keeping it
This-
maintained.
Oh.
Ha.
Does it currently have any cleaning supplies on him?
He's like, no, not that kind of cleaning.
Then what cleaning do you need?
He's about to answer, and then the door starts to open up, and he's like, you might want to step out of the way.
Okay. I step out of the way, and what
Alright.
what happens?
Coming through the doorway is a gelatinous cube. You see it go right past you and goes, just keeps going. And, the creature kind of looks at it. And you watch as the doorway opens in the next room, and you see a stone wall pop up to force it into a specific direction as it goes down another hallway.
Does that normally happen here?
He's like, yes, I'm in charge of making sure that they go in the right direction to clean up messes.
Clean up aisle 5.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically his job.
Is another one gonna come through here?
He's like, no.
Dispose of the bodies.
Does she mention bodies or?
No, I'm gonna mention,
I will.
You're not here.
Oh no.
I heard that this place, did I hear that this place, that, no, I never heard that. I never heard that, we can't leave, we'll be stuck here forever if we don't pass the puzzle. I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
no, that was Grimshaw who was talking. Grimshaw was talking to Zassus, and he talked to him about the puzzles.
You know, my character's kind of flabbergasted, but at the same time, like, interested in, like, you cleaned that mess. What other messes that would have to be cleaned here?
He's like, I don't understand what you mean.
Never mind. I'm just gonna grab the candle and just freaking stomp on it. We stomp on the candle, and I'm like, no, Grimshaw had one job. He's failing. I want to go up to this.
Grimshaw had one job and he's failing. Meanwhile, Grimshaw going like, all right, that's the third room that I've cleared. What's the next one?
I don't know that.
I know. It's the irony.
Okay. I want to go up to this statue. What's near the statue?
It's just a couple of books.
Excuse me. Hashes, right?
Hashes, yeah.
Does this dragon pertain to any of the puzzles?
I cannot answer any questions like that.
Are there? Oh, okay. Different question. This is something I'm kind of interested in due to the chairs. Do children come here?
And he's like, many people come here every now and then. We have stations for everything and everyone.
Children come here? Like I know everyone, but like, so children too, right?
There have been a few in history.
I do wonder. These puzzles are kind of complex, and if solving the puzzles are the only way out, what happens if you don't solve the puzzles?
Then you remain here comfortably with infinite knowledge to read.
Were any kids trapped here?
Roll a charisma check.
Natural 20. Oh, wait, no, yeah.
Yeah.
Frick.
So
I forgot.
he-
No.
he does tell you, he's like, there was one child who was stuck here for a very long time. They finally managed to get out around the age of 50. I believe his name was Sabian. I want you to roll me a history check.
Cool.
And that's without the point, because it's not your character, your country's history.
Gotcha. The history check. I'm just looking through it.
basically a 1 to 5 chance.
I got a 14.
Nope, you don't recognize that name.
She wasn't really asking about the history of that person. She was just wondering for like moral reasons that my little kid, not kid, whatever. Okay. Good to know. So, wait. Cleaning up. Would you perchance clean up bodies here?
If someone dies, but usually it doesn't happen unless they destroy the work. Mostly it cleans up dust and insects and things like that.
Clean up aisle paintings.
Yeah. I kind of want Grimshaw to like go back to the room and see the corpses being eaten up by the gelatinous cube.
He would attack it. Are you kidding? Don't do that to me, Ricky Bobby.
Actually, one other thing. Are there any corpses here right now?
It kind of like pauses and like goes silent for a moment, and then it goes, I believe there are currently 3 goblin corpses. One very horribly mutilated.
Grimshaw is doing something.
Found a friend.
So instantly this Grimshaw, I'm like,
Oh, that was perfect. I love that.
okay, I'm like, I'm gonna follow that slime thing. Good day, and I go up to follow the slime thing.
Follow the slime thing.
Yeah, like going up towards it.
Gelatinous cube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nords. Oh, hey, Nords.
Nordes.
Nordes, my apologies.
Norbert.
He walks away. No, I can see his name wrong.
Well, he noticed you were moving in a direction, so he's moving out of your way.
So, that, where did the slime go? Which door? Up or right?
He points you in the right direction.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. I need to see the room.
Stop, because the gelatinous cube is right there in front of you.
Oh.
I would say you almost ran into it before you realized it was there, because they're clear. They're almost invisible. Like they're that translucent. You also notice that it's moving pretty slowly.
That's rather troublesome. Well,
While she's waiting on that thing,
I'm like when Sonic waits, he's just like tapping his foot, just waiting.
Yeah. Grimshaw, back to you and the dragons.
Alright, I think I had 2 of them set up already. I think I said the Lapis Lazuli was gonna go here and the Onyx was gonna go here.
Okay, 1 second.
Oh, is that how it's facing? I was gonna say.
He said, where'd you put the onyx? Remember what it said, because it is important.
Yeah, it's strength.
Yeah, the strong on the
that's-
strong on the south.
That's just a
and
rock. That's a rock. That's technically a gemstone. So the onyx would go there.
Oh, are you categorizing it by a material?
Yeah.
Interesting.
The only one that's throwing me off is the chromatic.
So the chromatic one is like all the so it's basically a combination of the onyx, the jade, the granite, the pearl, and the lapis lazuli.
Okay, so yeah, that would probably go right there. Then platinum would go right there. I'm gonna go grab that platinum one.
All right, hold on, let me roll something for you. Ooh. Alright. You managed to grab the platinum one in return.
And I'm gonna place the platinum one there,
Want
and then I'm
me
gonna
to
do my
grab
left
it
hand
for you?
roll.
You're gonna do your what?
I'm gonna do the left hand roll still, and just keep moving around, see if I can find that last one.
Alright. You walk into a room with a whole bunch of candles. There are currently only 2 of them lit. They are maroon
Phenomenal.
candles.
Phenomenal. Left hand roll.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me double check. Yeah. There is still 2.
Okie dokie.
Oh, looky here, a garden. With all those plants that you saw in the original room. And you see the little creature there.
I'm not interested in gardening. Keep going.
Alright, here's the last fun room, I believe. Pay attention,
This
dwarf.
is a room. This is a room.
One second, let me get to this. There it is. This large room contains several pedestals, each decorated with carpets and suits of field plate armor. Each of these pedestals on the walls hold a book, most of them bound by chains, while the pedestals in the center hold objects and items. The chest on the far end, there's a chest on the far end with a wizard statue on either end of it, and is heavily bound by chains. There's also a maroon candle in front of the chest.
I think I'll blow out the maroon candle.
Stop, because on your way to the maroon candle, you stop as you notice a weird-looking creature. Let me get to this thing's description real quick. There you are. So this thing is... It's 1.5 feet tall. It looks like a man-like creature, about 1.5 feet tall, with greenish reptilian skin, leathery wings, and a bat-like mouth with teeth.
It's got teeth and it's green.
It's staring up at you and it's just like...
And I looked at him. And he looked at me.
And then he walked away, and you see him picking up a feather duster as he's like tidying everything up.
As long as he ain't gonna attack me, I ain't gonna attack him.
He's showing 0 hostility.
And I am okay. Those goblins showed hostility. Those goblins got what was coming to them.
Honestly, I think your character would have killed them even if they showed no hostility.
You're right, but there's reason for that.
Oh yeah, I know. Again, Grimshaw is just surrounded by stuff that he's never seen before, so this is like, okay, so how do I stereotype this?
He's sitting there with his hammer, just being like, it's like clutching it. So if I'm correct, I see a hammer, I see a key,
Mm-hmm.
I see a bow,
Yep,
and I see a skull.
correct.
Then I see up here 2 books that aren't bound by chain,
Mm-hmm.
as well as 4 books that are bound by chain.
That is correct. And then of course there's the
And-
chest with
And
the
of
candle in
course
front of
there's
it.
There's a chest with the candle in front of it. 2 wizard guys. No inscriptions on anything?
Nope. Well, there are inscriptions on each pedestal kind of explaining a little bit of what the artifact is, or it's supposed to be. But,
Alright, so if I go to this pedestal here
yep.
and read what it is.
Yeah,
Or is it
so
just-
you go over there and it's explaining how it is a very ancient grimoire of sorts of a warlock who had served one of the Ascended. and talks about how it is like it still emanates necromantic energy to this day.
Fantastic. I'm gonna drop the skull on it.
You reach for the skull and you find that you can't touch it. There's an invisible barrier, kind of like a dome, over it.
How dare you? Reach for in the sky. Alright, so I'm guessing next one is this one I'm gonna read, because I'm not allowed to touch things apparently.
Essentially, this one is kind of like the opposite of the grimoire. This one is essentially a holy and divine book that essentially was taken from a cleric who had gone mad and went in league with the demons, and they've locked it up to keep it from him.
So that'd be the key. Keep moving down the line.
That one is essentially it states that this book in particular is one of the Eldritch, and that people who open it tend to go mad.
This one.
That is essentially an infernal book of the demons and the damned.
El Huaco.
That is a book of a legendary magic user who had essentially was one of the first magic users, or at least one of the ones who rediscovered magic. Pretty much the same thing, only in different contexts, which kind of confuses you.
And then I guess these two statues don't have anything written on them.
Nope.
This does. Alright, so you got necromantic, crazy book guy who needed to be locked away.
Well, no, the book was locked away to keep it from him.
And then these two are the only two I'm kind of iffy on, because one's the Book of the Damned. I believe it was that one.
The bottom one was the Eldritch.
The bottom one was the Eldritch, the top one was the Book of the Damned.
Yeah.
How do they relate to these things?
You can roll an intelligence check.
I could. But I can't grab... Apparently I can't grab them anyway. So... Thing. I feel like this book needs to go in his hands. Why? I don't know. But this book goes in his hands. This book goes in his hands.
Not every statue looks the same. I just don't have a statue of every single solitary pose that I want to do. They don't necessarily have their hands outstretched. It's statues of wizards, basically.
No, so... No, I was just figuring because those books would probably do something if I put them in his hands. I'm overthinking things, I know.
The only thing you haven't interacted with yet so far, I think, is the candle and the chest, the chest is also bound in chains.
I am going to interact with the candle.
Blow it out.
Yep. I'm not going to stomp on it like a Neanderthal.
One candle left.
And I'm going to poke the chest.
As soon as you touch it, it starts shaking and jangling and moving around violently as if something's trying to get out.
I can't touch any of these.
Nope.
I look over at little green guy over here.
Just dusting off some stuff.
Completely unfazed by the chest, just freaking out.
Little birdie.
Can I touch the books?
You reach out and it's the same effect. There's a dome over it protecting the books.
So there's a dome over the books, there's a dome over the items in the middle.
Neanderthal, let's go.
You kick it and starts shaking violently like before.
Phenomenal. So there's something
Roll a
in
wisdom
there.
check. Roll a wisdom check. You said 19?
Yeah.
When you kicked the chest, you heard movement from behind you. When you touched the chest, there was nothing, but when you kicked it, something moved.
Well, now I'm gonna go touch everything.
Well, before you do, the creature kind of waddles over to you and grabs at your shirt, points at the chest, and shakes his head.
What is it?
I bet it's a homunculus.
This little green guy's a homunculus. He's
Me and my big
saying-
mouth.
Don't cut that out, I think it's hilarious.
He is sitting there telling me, no.
Yeah, it does again, like points to the chest, it makes it like kicking motion, goes, just shakes his head, like, don't do that.
So, I mean,
I feel like this is the first time your character's like looking so down at another sentient creature.
Finally, he's finally enough to be like a normal person for once.
listen, you're gonna be shorter than me in a second if you keep that attitude up.
Sure. I'll just poof away.
Yeah, without your knees.
How will you get my knees if you can't even find me?
You're gonna have to poof away pretty fast.
I have an
Plus,
idea.
I'll be swinging before you be poofing.
Okay.
Alright, so
I don't know if I want to open this chest now.
You should open the chest. Open it.
No.
again, it's bound in chains. So
No, listen. You listen. The chest is bound in chains.
Yes.
The hooks around it are bound in chains. There's a little green goblin thing here telling me, don't. Just don't.
Why don't you just burn the chest? It's already chained up. Just can't destroy it.
Because you probably can't kill it. So I'm going to leave this room. And I'm
Why
going to
don't
go
you just try? Okay.
No,
Okay.
no. I'm not going to just try. I'm going to
I'm
leave.
sorry. I always thought murder was the first thing on your mind.
No, survival is the first thing on my mind, then money, then murder.
I'm sorry. That makes a lot of sense. Continue. That totally fits your character.
you said you're continuing on?
Yes.
Ta-da!
Daggin.
Yeah, you see the brass dragon?
Grab breast. Daggin.
Did you grab it in return?
I do.
As you're grabbing the dragon and walking out, the Hashish kind of looks at you and goes, "Enjoyed." Here you go. Oh, hold on a second, I'll look it. He goes, "Enjoyed the Scion test."
I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
He's just, yeah. He's just kind of like, again. There's the mask that just moves as a nod, but the head doesn't move at all. He's like, figured. And he goes back to cleaning.
You like murdering goblins?
Yeah. He's like, I figured that when I detected, dead goblins, and your friend mentioned you, I had a feeling.
I'm in dead space. Help.
There we go. Where do you want the brass dragon? Or I guess there's only one place to put it.
No, put the onyx where the granite is, and put the grass on the under gold.
Onyx where the granite is?
Onyx under granite.
Hold on a second.
Not where granite is, under it. There's the one spot right here.
Oh, okay.
Don't switch to granite. Granite was already there.
I started to, and then you told me not to do that one, so that's why
Yeah.
I was out there. And then put the brass where the onyx was.
Yeah.
Alright, now what?
Now I hit the button, see if I'm right.
Okay, 1 second. Description. There we are. One second.
10 minutes later. Thought I was meant to.
One trip to 7-Eleven later.
Okay, so 2 things happen. Number 1, you feel an electric jolt. It doesn't harm you, but it's like when you hit a buzz joy. And number 2, 6 of the dragons start animating and leap at you. Those dragons are the bronze, gold, brass, and the chromatic, lapis, and pearl ones. They all jump at you
They want to give you a hug.
with their teeth and fangs
They're so
lashing out at you.
Hug them. Hug them. They just want love. They're like cats.
Given that this was a surprise ambush from creatures that were completely inanimate the whole time, you're gonna get an automatic 1 point of damage from each of them, so that's 6 points of
You
damage.
should just hug them. Get love.
It's time to play whack-a-mole.
You like black dragon.
Oh no, turning to the goblin and saying, how would you like to play whack-a-mole?
You want to roll damage? Or roll to hit, sorry?
Assuming I could probably try and get most of them in a single swing. Because at this point, they're all on top of me.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not gonna make you 21. All right, yeah, You kind of like push off and then smash. You see shards of everything fall over the place, and after a few seconds, they all reform, and they're inanimate again. So let me pull them off real quick. Oh shoot.
Oh, I'm freaking dumb.
You got it?
Yeah.
Brass, bronze.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You and I even know what happened.
Brass. Bronze.
I got to smack. I'm going to get to smack more dragons. I'm having the hammer ready just in case too.
It said whack-a-mole.
And what about the left side?
It's gonna be lapis, pearl, chromatic.
All right.
Hit the button with the hammer out.
All right. Nothing animates, but you do feel that joy buzz again. Nothing else happens.
So everything's on the right side. Wait. So
You want to read the text again?
strongest to weakest. So if we're doing it by color, if we're doing it by the general color, gold, silver, bronze, brass, copper. What was all of them on? Oh no, platinum, gold, silver, bronze.
I'm going to read you the text again real quick. United in species, divided in difference, to the north be the weak, to the south the strong.
Oh, I got it backwards.
Yep.
My brain. Like, it's kind of
Listen, it's 10:45. I'm kind of tired. I get you.
Jesus, that late already.
Yeah, it's 10:45.
Well, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Listen, I'm just gonna hit the button like 4 more times just to get that jolt to get the juices flowing in his head. Just to like kind of simulate him actually being just dumb. He likes the.
Is he gonna? Okay, is he gonna brute force it?
No, he's not gonna brute force it.
Okay, because that would be funny if he's just moving this around. Chat.
He just moves the dragons one at a time. No,
Yeah,
that's not
exactly.
it.
Getting more and more angry as he presses the button.
Am I doing it? Am I doing it? Am I doing it?
Smashes all of them. They reform on their pedestals.
Would totally do that too. If he got to the point where he was super angry and he'd smash everything. You love this character. almost
I
too
do
much.
so much. It's so great.
And the best part is I play it well too.
Yeah, and honestly, I think my favorite part is that your character is like, he'll do stuff that he doesn't really care for if he gets money, which makes it easier for me to get you to do certain quests in the quest line.
Oh, it's even better when you ask him to you try and get him to do something for money. He's like, hang on a second, and he pulls out a contract for it.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and focus on that. Rosalind, I'm going to go ahead and speed you over to the to the room with the dead goblins.
Please and thank you. It's just, I just wish to be waiting for the gelatinous cube. Like, he gets out and then there's still me waiting for the gelatinous cube to go by. He's like, oh well, guess she dies.
That's not. Okay, I'm trying it. If I'm moving your character, you gotta let me move your character.
Yeah, don't grab it.
I can't do the grabby hands thing.
Okay, you are now in the room. You see another room with the glowing runes and all that kind of stuff. You see the dead corpses as the gelatinous cube is just going over and slowly shoving them into its body, which you're seeing them slowly disintegrate.
I was like saying, no, because I'm like, what if there was treasure or something on them? No. But anyways.
Actually, well, you say that, but like as you see the body disintegrate, you're seeing like its weapons and like all the non-organic stuff is not being disintegrated.
Oh. Can I detect if the gelatinous cube has emotions with empathy? For
It does not. It is completely. It is just non-intelligence.
I have a feeling I shouldn't touch it because I'm pretty sure I would disintegrate if I were to touch it. Probably. I want to. Does it like leave the like? Is all the weapons still inside of it? Does it fall on the floor once it like?
No, it's still inside of it.
Can it respond? I want to ask it something, see if it responds.
There's zero response. It is just on automatic mode.
Yeah. I still, I guess I'm correct. Whatever. I look mainly what's in the room, and I see.
You see the paintings. You see one. You see like most of them have like 10 goblins in them. One of them has 5 goblins, and those 5 are charging as if they were trying to attack something. You see the mechanism. You see the tapestry of the open door.
What I mainly see is that I see the transmutation circle thing on
Yeah.
the floor. I'm like, my God, yeah, he did solve this room. So he does have a gem. Did he have gems? I'm pretty sure there's 4 gems. I have 2. He might have 2.
Crystal, and it's half a sphere.
You know what I mean. Wait, where's the gelatinous going? Like, is it going out of the room now or no?
No, it moves very slowly, so it's just picking up the 5 corpses that are on the ground. You see the mutilated one, like the one with the torn, broken hand, the broken bones, the smashed head.
I'm so sorry. I want to stop them, I swear.
I'm not.
which way Grimshaw went.
You can tell pretty quickly based on like where the fighting was and the blood space and all that kind of stuff. He went to the south.
Handprints on the wall.
Yeah, he went south. So you go south, go to the next room. Oh look, this one also has a transmutation circle.
Wait. So he does have 2 gems.
Just follow the bloody handprints.
Then why didn't the doors open?
You keep going,
Yeah, keep going.
and now you're in the dragon room. You see him trying to figure this out.
Grimshaw, do you have 2 shiny things on you?
I have a lot of shiny things. They start pulling out the bottles.
Yeah, by the way, Rosalind, you can tell that even for him, he's a little out of it right now. Just
Yeah.
just a little bit. But you can also tell that it's not in an alcoholic way.
It's more like a state of euphoria way.
Grimshaw, can you put your hammer? Can you put? What are you doing?
Solving problems.
Definitely.
Yeah, you look around at the dragons. There's all these like precious stones. There's these metals, all kind of stuff.
I'm like, my character will easily be able to solve this, right?
Roll an intelligence check and a monster lore check.
Okay, cool. Intelligence check. Where's my D20? I had it somewhere. There
And
it
don't
is.
forget, with monster lore, you're rolling a D100.
Got you. So D20, I got a 19 plus what's my amplifier for that? Intelligence?
Plus 3.
Yep, 22 for that. Okay, because I currently have a 28% in monster lore. So let me add that to what I get on my D100. I have a 92.
So monster lore fails, but intelligence clears it out. So you're like, what do you do? You read the instruction, you read the inscription, you look at him, and you're like, you got it in the wrong order. And you start shoveling all of them into the right order.
I'm like, let me do this for you. Grimshaw, are...
Wait. You want to see a real cool party trick? I pull out my hammer and I smash one of them.
And yeah, Rosalind, you see it reform.
Grimshaw,
This is the greatest use of magic I've ever seen.
I really wish I would have just left you knocked out.
Why? I solved stuff.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be going through this psychological trauma.
You can trauma.
I swear you lost like half your brain cells.
He's not in trauma. He's in euphoria because of the goblins. And the electric shocks.
Grimshaw, can I like put my hand on his shoulder and like try to push him to sit him down?
You can try.
Roll strength check versus his strength check.
Yeah, okay. Natural 20!
Oh yeah, so you're so into this right now that you like she shoves you down before you even realize she's doing it.
I'm like, sit down!
Nah, let's just get back up and
Nope,
just keep
no.
going.
Nope.
You can't stop me.
I like put my finger in his mouth.
All right, Rosalind places all of them on the right pedestals.
Yeah, I do that.
You see the gemstone button on the device.
I look at Grimshaw, I look at the button. I like slowly put my hand on the button and press it. Like slowly, because I
Yeah.
feared things would have happened.
Nothing happens to you, and the magic runes appear.
Oh man, I was gonna. As soon as she presses the button, I was gonna go.
And on the pedestal appears a brown half of a crystal spherical orb.
I pick up the,
Actually, the purple purple one that Grimshaw has starts to glow a little bit, as does the brown one.
I see that Grimshaw has. Grimshaw, can that little doohickey gem purple thing you have.
Oh, it's mine. I want it fair and square.
Fine. Do you want this brown gemstone then?
What's it for?
Here, I give it to him. Put it next by the purple gemstone. Put them together.
So like, kind of like clack them together. a little
As
bit.
soon as you do the first clack, it fuses together into a perfect sphere. One half
said
brown,
that
one
was-
half purple.
Who said I was putting them together like that?
No. Oh, you mean like the round ends? Okay, got you. Yeah, so it doesn't do anything like that.
Oh, so he's doing it the wrong ends.
Yeah.
I'm doing it because I know it's gonna annoy her.
Grimshaw, turn it around.
Why? It makes funny noises. Clink, clink, clink.
Grimshaw, do you want some alcohol? Do you want me to buy
I've
some?
had quite enough already. I've been knocked out once today, right?
Actually, twice, technically.
Yes, but only once was my doing. The second I had it, I still have to take the knees of the person who did it the first time.
Put it together. Unless you want to be stuck here forever and I'm surrounded by a complete imbecile. Just do it.
Imbecile?
Shut up. Whatever. Do it.
Just go real slow with it. Gets it almost there, pulls it apart again. It just goes on.
I'm slowly grabbing my, what's it called? My sack from, like, my bag and, like, don't make me beat you again.
Listen, you try that. I'm attacking back first.
Fine.
How much life do you have left? Out of character, how much life do you have left?
4.
Or
How much did I do with a pommel strike?
6. I'm like, ugh, I just want to walk up to you. I put my hands on your hands and I push them together.
They fuse. They fuse into the orb. One half brown, one half purple.
Do you have any other gems on you? Or whatever they're called?
Maybe.
I can take it.
I'm going through the bag at this point.
You pull out the cyan one. Cyan one, sorry.
The Scion. You know, no, from now on it's the Scion one.
Does any of my
It's made out of car.
I'm gonna name a character, a random NPC named Cyan one. Cyan one.
do any of my sides start moving?
No.
Nuts.
Can you come with me? Like, follow me. Like, I will hold your hand if you're incapable of moving by yourself.
No, I'm fully capable of moving by myself. You're the one who keeps thinking that I'm not in my right mind. I don't know why.
And come with me. We are walking towards the main area.
Mm-hmm.
We got,
Yeah.
yeah. We just go to the main area.
Do you want to go the long way or the short way?
Grimshaw, your choice. Because Rosalind's really annoyed, so she'll probably go the short way. But like, if you like are
We'll
me
do
and
the short way.
All right.
We'll do. Listen, I did the long way simply because I was looking for all the candles.
All right. So, Rosalind, you go out the secret passageway from the inside. Remember those?
yeah,
Secret tunnel.
Yeah, Grimshaw. You see her go through the door. And you see like you realize that you're coming out through the bookshelves.
Surprise! I'm too annoyed to explain anything to you right now. Let's go up to the statues.
Stop.
Red-
As you're approaching the statues, the brown and purple gemstone is crystal is glowing much brighter as you're getting past the pedestal right here.
Grimshaw?
So it clearly goes on this one.
No, I might not want to do that contract.
You already signed it.
You already received the money.
Yeah, you are right. I did receive that. Whatever. Just freaking go to the right one, please.
I'm gonna actually put it on the right one, but
Yep.
the
You put it on there, and
crucial-
now you put it on there, and now it's illuminating brightly. You
God,
see,
flashback.
no, not that brightly. You see, what do you call it? You see the runes on the big door flash for a second before they go back to dull.
Well, that was obvious. Okay then. So, and I have two sides that don't glow, so they're obviously missing their halves. And you have one that's not glowing with any of mine. So we have 3 more tasks to do.
Well,
How many?
are all the candles blown out?
You go back into the room with the candles. There's only one candle left.
Son of a
Who wants to do the speed run?
Grimshaw.
Grimshaw's at this point is doing the Kool-Aid man.
Oh yeah.
Just every door. Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Ross is like gonna stay in the main area and be like, I'm surrounded by a freaking idiot. I am.
You're surrounded by
Grimshaw, roll me an intelligence check. 16? Okay, so 2 things. Number 1, you run through a door, the first door you see, and you're immediately in the room with the candle.
B. No.
You blow out the candle. You jump through the next door, you're going through corridor, room, and then all of a sudden you're in a room that you recognize but shouldn't be anywhere in this section. And again, Rosalind, you remember what was happening with your character?
Oh yeah, like I teleported.
Yeah, that's basically what's happening to Grimshaw right now. It's like Grimshaw, by the time Grimshaw realizes what's happening, he pauses in the orrery.
Oh my gosh. I'm like, I just want my character just to know, be like, he's gonna have a hard time with this.
Well, no. Your character was like in the your character was in the room waiting for the candle to go out. You see it go out almost immediately.
Oh.
So like I'm gonna do it in a second once I move him to the orrery, but like the idea is like there we go. So like the runes glow, you see the appropriate colored crystal, so like the maroon colored crystal pops up. The half of it, and it,
Well,
yep, the green one.
oh, I'm like, and there goes 2 more left. So I put together, like a normal person. I'm like, Grimshaw's like, I'm gonna play around because I'm 2 years old. Okay. What 2 tasks are we
She'd
on?
never do good in the bar, would she? We'd have to make her a bar back first.
Alright, so you put the 2 together.
We're missing 2.
That one goes right here.
Why are you moving me around?
Yeah, I'm like,
Oh, I put you guys in the wrong areas. My bad.
yeah.
I moved Rosalind, not Grimshaw. My bad.
Yeah, I was just using what you were saying.
Okay, but you essentially find the right pedestal and you put it on the jet. You put the crystal there.
Splendid.
The runes glow again, but this time a little bit longer. Now you just gotta find the remaining 2 rooms.
I feel like this room here has one.
One what?
Yeah, the one we were just teleported to.
Yeah.
Can I go to that room? Like, would I know where?
You don't know that he's vanished.
Oh wait, oh shit. Can I use process of elimination to try to find the entrances I haven't gone through yet? Because my character...
Very easily, yes. So I'll say this. From what you are able to determine, there is a circular room on each of the sides here. 2 on each side. You've already dealt with the 2 on this side, the 2 on this side, and the 2 on this side. So that leaves only 1 side remaining.
Can I go up to, the upper wall area and see if there's any stone books?
Very easily. Which, do you want to do the right or left side?
Let's do the left side.
Da 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 da.
Splendid. Let me through.
Splenda.
Splenda. Delicious.
Let me read this room to you, and I'm going to go back to Grimshaw real quick after that. So, There you are. This 25-foot chamber has within it a large fountain and 3 wells. The waters of the fountain are pristine, clear and clean, and perfectly drinkable. The well water, however, looks murky. There is a single bucket in the room as well. Sorry.
As well. No
Yeah.
pun intended.
All right. So while she's figuring that out, Grimshaw, your character realized what's going on with him.
I think the alcohol's starting to take effect again.
What do you do?
Break down the door. No, go through the door that I'm standing closest to.
All right.
And I asked this guy here, why am I teleporting everywhere all of a sudden?
Like all of a sudden. They kind of look at you. They look over you and they go, "Oh, that's right. You've been here a while, haven't you? Give me a second." She's kind of calculating. She goes, "Oh, you've been here 10 hours."
10 hours? Doesn't seem... No, you know what? No, you're right. I was passed out for half of it.
She explains to you that strangers who are not accustomed to this library and who do not, who are actively trying to get out of it, the longer you stay here, the greater the chances that when you open a doorway, it leads to a random room or corridor instead of the net room or corridor that it was directly connected to. And that chance continues to increase the longer you go. So like the chance at this point is, let's see. Chance right now is 50% chance per door. And still climbing.
So once we get to 100, we're basically just going to keep kicking down doors until...
You get to the one you want to be at, yeah.
Phenomenal. What can you tell me about the big planet thing in the other room? What it's called?
The orrery.
What can you tell me about that?
So she explains that it's a device that allows people to observe the celestial bodies and their rotation around the sun. It's especially useful for astrology and allowing people to predict certain events. She says that the one they have in this library is especially designed to have several settings. The first one being the material plane in the solar system. The second setting to portray the ethereal plane and its individual minor planes and their rotations. And then the third setting is supposed to be for the astral planes and their outer planes.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
She nods.
I'm gonna go play with it and see what's up.
How do you play with it?
Make them all line up.
Okay, so while you're doing that, Rosalind.
Okay. First off, investigate the room. I want to see if there's anything that could perchance help me other than the freaking bucket in this room.
Don't take it.
Can I investigate?
Just kick the bucket.
Yeah, roll an intelligence check.
14.
14?
Yeah.
From what you can tell, there isn't any instructions or runes or anything special. Just that the fountain has pure and clean water, and then the wells have murky and dirty water.
Question. For okay, the wells have like circles around them. Are they like protruding from the ground, or are the wells like with the ground? It's like there's nothing protruding above.
It's a well, so it's like it goes up a little bit, but the water's like it goes deeper in. Well, I say think of it like a basin, like a stone basin, where the water can go pretty deep.
And there's only one bucket, right?
Only one bucket, correct.
I have an idea, but like it involves destroying things. I don't think people would like that. Anything I want to look at like the center of the well. Is it just the thing that's pouring out 4 ways?
The center of one of the wells?
No, the center of the middle well.
That's the fountain.
Oh, my bad. At the center of the fountain.
Yep.
Right? I want to specifically investigate that fountain.
Again, nothing out of the ordinary. It looks like a normal fountain, except it has the most pristine, clean water you've ever seen coming out of it.
Here's my current theory. My theory is that I have to get that clean water into those dirty wells.
Are you gonna try it?
It's gonna take a very long time. And my one way I was thinking of was destroying the well and let the water seep into, into the basins. Seep from
Fountain
the
into the wells.
Words are hard. That's what I was thinking, but since they're protruding, it won't be that easy.
Yeah.
Unless I make, can I detect magic real quick in the room? Are you using my psionic?
The water does radiate magic, but not of the normal kind. Like, it's radiating holy.
Holy magic. That is interesting. Can I use my big brain, what's it called? I want to use my big brain to help me solve this puzzle because I am too no brain right now to help me solve it. And like, all I'm thinking of is to slowly put it in there, but I want to see if there's like something else that I'm thinking of.
I can't give you more than you've already figured out.
Do you have any skills to help me? I am a bard. Question. Can I use suggestion on the water? Or since it's not a figure, I can't really use it.
Suggestion only works on sentient creatures, and they have to know your language.
Well, I know both tongues and suggestion. Tongues will allow me to know any language.
Not know, communicate any language. It doesn't allow you to automatically know the languages, just to be able to speak it.
Well, water is technically a living being.
No.
No. Well, the stuff inside, there's bacteria inside of water that comprises water.
So you want to communicate to a non-intelligent organism.
Okay, that doesn't work. Fuck.
I
don't want to do this. This is going to take forever.
Just make an attempt. Just try something. If you overthink this, you're going to be forever.
Fine. I'm going to just try it real quick. I'm going to put water from the holy water, or the well, the fountain, into the bucket and dump it in one of the wells. I want to see what happens.
You see the clean water kind of spread across all of the murky water, and it kind of has like a chain reaction type of thing.
Oh.
Now the entire well is filled with clean water.
Fine. I'm going to do it to the other two as well.
Same thing for the second one. The third one, you hear sizzling, and steam erupts from it. As you roll an intelligence check.
Yeah, give me one. Come on. 13 plus 3, so 16.
There was a water-based life form in there that is now dying from the holy water touching it.
Oh no.
Rosaline.
What?
Holy water. It is dying from holy water.
So it's a demon.
No,
Vampire.
not demon. You've heard of something called water weird.
No.
I don't know this. What is this? Explain. Keep my character problem. Now, what is it?
I'm not explaining it to you. You just heard of it. It's, from what you can remember, it's a water elemental or somewhere from there.
So is it dying right now?
Yeah, pretty much. And after it's quote-unquote died, you see the blue half of a spherical crystal as the magic pops up.
Oh no.
You killed something that if you didn't use the holy water for would have pushed it pretty hard.
Oh yeah. In fact, I'm pretty sure that if Rosalind ended up fighting it, she'd probably just died. There would be no hope for her because you're not there. Because you, of course, you split the party.
So okay, so I did good. I did good doing that. Cool. I don't
Yeah,
want
I'm sitting here going like your first answer was the right answer. Don't overthink this.
What I'm gonna do is I'm going to use the bucket to pick up the gem just in case so I don't touch it.
You still have to reach in there to get it.
Okay. Well, I'm like trying to
Yeah.
not put my hand in it, but like putting the bucket in, like take it out.
Yeah.
And I grabbed it. It's in the bucket now, so I take the bucket. Okay.
The pink one and the blue one are both glowing.
Cool. I put it together. Splendid. One
You
more.
put them on the pedestal. The runes glow again. This time for much longer, and this time they're staying permanently, faintly glowing.
Can I go up to it and what is the portal?
The big door, yeah. But
Can I
only
stick-
faintly glowing.
Can I see if I can stick my hand through and see what happens?
It's a solid door.
Oh, I thought I was like I don't know. I'm thinking of portal or something.
No. All right, so back to Grimshaw.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I have to balance it out.
No, I get you.
Grimshaw. It took you a while to crank it and keep cranking. Approximately, you almost started losing count, but because you're starting to get bored. But you finally reached 25 years on the array that you've cranked before it finally all aligns perfectly. Roll an intelligence check. Oh, wow. I actually expected you to fail that one. You're looking at this, and you're about to be like, okay, I've done that, and about to walk away, when you stop and you kind of look at something. Not only are the planets aligned, you're starting to notice that the moons are aligned, too. You double check real quick, and yeah, like, everything, like all the arms are just in a complete straight line.
That's weird. Why is it in a straight line? Where is it pointing to? What day is this?
I'm not gonna give the exact date out because it's a lot. I haven't written out calendar in the future and all that kind of stuff, but
Yeah.
I will say your character can remember the date. Like you could write it
Okay.
down and record it.
Well, we're not gonna remember any of this anyway, right?
Correct, yeah, but
He has a fever dream about this. From one too many nights drinking, this is his back rooms.
oh man, I'm really excited for the movie they're making for that.
Dude, I can't believe we're doing it. But so do I get the half of gem?
There is no half of a gem.
Oh, I've just been playing with it
Yeah,
for no reason.
pretty much, yeah.
All
All right, so
this is a very important fact. This is a convergence.
yes, it is. Not just any convergence either, because there are convergences where the planets align, but the planets and moons.
The planets, the moons, everything aligns.
Yeah.
The astral plane, the ethereal plane, the moons, the suns, everything is in a straight line. It is nerve-wracking.
Well, I mean, like, not really the ethereal planes and the astral planes, but just right now it's because again, there's 3 settings. Right now you're on the material setting. So it's showing you all the planets and the moons and all that.
No. Convergence. This isn't gonna be good. It's like 25 years from now. God damn. We all gonna die. Alright. Let's continue breaking down doors.
All right, Rosalind, back to you.
Okay, I wait for a minute just to see if Grimshaw returns. I see he hasn't. I sigh. I go up to the right upper door.
Bang! It burst through one of the doors. Not
Like,
okay. Specifically, one of the ones from the bottom. I get
Okay.
basically, Grimshaw. You opened up doors and they ended up in the wrong places again.
Phenomenal.
But now you're back.
Stay here. It's your turn.
I go up to the upper right door.
I have seen some shit, alright?
All right, so let me read the. Let me get down to this room. Oops, I'm at monsters. All right. So, I will say something you know about this room. Instead of being clad in only iron, for the, like, not iron. Instead of being framed with marble, like goldish marble, like all the other doors have been, this door in particular has polished at iron and copper framing instead of that. Now,
Interesting.
in this room are 3 chests.
Oh no.
Each is lined with precious metals of one is silver, one is gold, and one is platinum. In the center is a pedestal which reads, "Choose carefully and be wary of your greed."
I used detect magic in all 3 of the chests.
There is no magic.
Silver, platinum, and gold. And the room's encased in like this gold iron thing you said?
No. The door frame that you're walking in is coated in polished iron and copper.
Iron and copper. And it's silver, gold, and platinum.
Yeah, those are the chests.
At the silver chest, I'm going to grab my what's it called? My staff, and I'm just gonna chuck it at it. See if it does anything. If I throw something at it.
Nothing happens when the staff strikes it.
Well, I grab it back and put it in my thing.
Grimshaw,
I
you
was
sure you?
thinking-
Grimshaw, are you just gonna hang out?
No,
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna follow her.
No. What I was gonna do, I was about to go out there. I was gonna be like, Grimshaw, come here. Yeah.
I'm gonna say he was halfway over by the time you called him.
Okay.
Knock, knock.
So yeah, you-
rock.
So yeah, you notice the different frame as well. You notice the chests. You read the text.
Grimshaw, I have a question for you. What do you think is more precious, platinum or silver? I have a feeling I know the answer, but I want to ask you.
It's platinum.
Yeah, but I'll thank you. Grimshaw.
Think
what
it,
is-
hang on. Hang on. Let's think about this for a second. You have a silver piece, a gold piece, and a platinum piece.
I know. I was just. I know platinum's worth more than gold. I was just asking you. You know, this is. I totally know that. Okay, go to the silver. I don't care what you say. Go to the silver chest and smash it open.
Grimshaw, roll an intelligence check real quick. Rosalind, roll an intelligence check real quick.
12 plus 3, 15.
You put your hands on the silver chest and you pause and think about this for a second. You look at the door frame that is framed in copper. Then you look back at the silver, gold, and platinum. I'll let you figure out the rest.
If we open the door frame,
I mean, you just literally opened the door.
open the door.
Well, he said door
You already-
frame.
Knock, knock. I'm a rock.
I kind of want that to happen, just like he charges at the door frame, he hits it with his shoulder or something.
Yes.
Knock, knock. I'm a rock.
Okay, what happened? Did it work?
Yeah, he bruised his shoulder, that's what happened.
That's all that happens?
Yeah.
Well, I had a feeling that wasn't going to be the answer. Because you literally went through the freaking door anyways.
But you see, the door is in copper and polished iron, which would be the cheapest metal.
True. But saying, I know.
I'm just gonna open the door normally.
Okay, yeah, open the door
Like
normally.
a human, like an average dwarven person,
Thing is,
not
you already
kicking it
walked-
down.
We both already walked through the door, so I don't get why it wasn't solved already. But fine, go ahead, see what happens.
Grimshaw, roll an intelligence check.
Except for something that is not needed right now. I have rolled no higher than 6.
Well, let's see what you roll this time.
I rolled a 3.
You want me to roll?
It depends on what you do.
Well, can I think about him opening the door and be like, okay, is that really the right answer? Can I, like, see if, can I, like, have, like, can I roll to see if I have a moment of,
Celerity.
yeah, clarity?
Roll.
7 plus 3, 10.
You think about this for a second. You're like, okay, so assuming that copper is an option, obviously a door itself does not carry anything, but the location might have something instead.
Interesting. Wait, stop. Grimshaw, don't open the door. Can I walk towards the door and investigate the area around the door?
You find a hidden compartment.
Grimshaw, stick your hand in the hidden compartment.
Are you that much of a coward?
No, but it's,
I heard that little. Come on, just stick your hand in there. You'll be fine.
Hey, Grimshaw, I want to squat down and look him in the face. I ain't gonna do it.
Why not?
Because, yes, I am a coward. Now, put your hand in there.
Alright, I shove my hand in there.
You pull out a golden colored half crystal orb which glows along with the cyan one.
Let's go. I'm too tired for this. Let's go.
Not being a coward.
At least I got a book out of it, and I got magic, so I splendid. And you got that lovely contract.
I got a wonderful contract that's going to be beneficial for both of us.
Absolutely.
You guys walk back in. There is now a giant magic circle around the entire room, and the doors glow with the runes on the doors glow, and the doors slowly start to open.
I want to say something before I walk through the door.
Okay.
Grimshaw,
Yes.
you should read the contract again. I go invisible and I walk through the door.
Again, before I signed it.
Yeah, he
Read
did.
it over.
He did state that he read it over again.
I know. There's something he did. Yeah, you know.
No. I need you to tell me right now because he wrote the contract, so he would have noticed if there was something that was altered.
Well, the thing I never told him was how to spell my name.
Okay, Grimshaw, she actually got you there.
Oh! She voided the contract?
Yeah.
Guess who's losing for
And that is the end of the session.
What do I specifically spell out my name? And I'll write it down because the same.
Oh man.
Don't worry. I'm getting payment, whether it's in kneecaps or gold.
Listen, I went. Well, technically, you just gave me the money, so you know what?
It's us. No, I did it under understanding that you weren't gonna be shiesty about it, so you wanted to be shiesty. I'm gonna.
Yeah, honestly, that was the worst part. Honestly, I would say, like, what's your alignment, Rosalind?
Guess what? Old habits die hard. Listen, I am good. But listen.
No. There's thievery, and then there's acting like you're going to treat him like a decent person, and sign the contract that he wrote, only to screw him over later.
Listen, this isn't canon.
I hope that's not your excuse later on, when it does become canon.
No worries. I'm literally gonna follow
When
that
he shoots his hammer out of a cannon into your knees.
Alright, so how'd you guys like the session?
It was fun.
It was fun. There was a lot of puzzles.
Yeah, well, I tried very hard to make all the puzzles very simplistic. As simplistic as I possibly could. I guess.
Yes.
That
Yes.
is my Deus Ex Sherlock Holmes.
That's part of why I was confident that we were going to get through this quicker. It still ended up longer than I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Though a big part of that was the side adventures, which are honestly the best part of the games.
And then you also have to remember that next session she's gonna be about 1.5 feet shorter.
You know what? No, I went invisible and I went out, and so I'm gonna be hiding.
You're gonna be hiding for the rest of your life.
Well,
You are going to be hiding from the tavern mafia.
Listen, not if I change my appearance.
How often can you do that?
Psionics, baby.
I know that, but how often are you willing to do that to hide?
you don't understand.
Find
She can use her power to shapeshift, and then it costs point. It doesn't specify if it costs points to stay transformed, right? Just to transform. Rosalind?
Yeah, just check on.
Yeah. So she could change her form permanently and only make a one-time payment of psionic points, and she could just.
You know, her form right now isn't actually her real form.
No, you never specified that from beforehand, so that is your original
I
form.
thought that was the plan.
I don't ever remember you telling me that ever.
Okay.
I know you can change your form, but the thing is, I'm not gonna let her sleep on that. Okay? I may not know that she has psionics.
You don't know she has psionics, yeah.
I don't. She never told me. But I'm going to find her. And I'm going to make sure her face gets rearranged.
Listen.
You keep trying to dig yourself out of this hole and only dig it a little bit deeper every time. I started at your toes, we're now at your knees. Do you want to keep going?
Rosalind, what was the power called?
Oh, shape alteration.
Shape alter. Oh, okay, that's a totally different one. I was thinking that. Okay. Yeah, no, shape alteration. She can change her form into any form she wants, as long as she has the points to pay for it.
That's not going to stop me.
Yeah, body size, form, and composition.
Literally change my identity.
Yeah,
Yeah?
and I'll still be able to find you.
Are you sure about that? I know you're the mafia.
I'm gonna say this. She could literally live her life as a bunny rabbit.
Okay. Yeah, she's not gonna need her. She's gonna be the only bunny rabbit that has a spell book.
I'll put it this way. Rosalind, this is true, because there are ways you can. There's always a ways to find someone, especially if you involve magic.
True.
And if there's one thing that Grimshaw hates more than anything in this world, people who stiff him on a deal.
It could be a bad deal. It was a terrible deal.
That was not a bad deal. That was not a bad deal. That was basically him offering you a job.
You know what? It isn't canon.
you messed that one up, and now Grimshaw's gonna come after your knees in the next one shot.
Well, no, this is what we do, okay? Because this is how one shots work. Because if a character dies in a one shot, then it's retcon, and it's retcon by saying that is an alternate timeline or a different world or something like that. So we are gonna say that there is a universe where Grimshaw is now hunting Rosalind for God knows how long.
No, you know what'd be funny if this was all a dream and we wake up and then he's like...
Not a dream. This was a real event.
Rosalind
But-
will be hiding for the rest of her life. She will be afraid of every dwarf she sees. Because she won't know if they're in Grimshaw's employ.
Okay. I just really wanted to, like...
For the
walk
next
away
session,
of that contract.
yeah. For the next session, it's gonna be
Another time.
like yeah, very close, just not exact. So in other words, we're gonna go ahead and say that there was a contract, but you with the assistance of like one of the creatures were able to convince Grimshaw to make it a fair contract.
'Cause if
And
I
you were
wasn't
able
gonna do that, I was
something.
gonna do a spell.
Yeah, like basically the idea is you were able to convince Grimshaw that there's no way that she would be able to pay the debt, and she does not have nearly enough valuables that would be worth it, and through past experiences convinces you that it's not a good idea to have her work in your place, as it would ruin the job. So essentially she downplayed herself to the point where she made it a more fair contract.
Look, the easiest way to protect someone, give them a job in a place that's run by the mafia.
God, I'm thinking of, like, Helga Boss right now. Like, when I'm thinking of that mafia. Like, that's not a good mafia.
No. Alright, so I think this is a good time to end it, at least for the normal. So, yeah.
I
Thank you
really
all.
want to find a way to stop that freaking thing.
Thank you all for joining us. I hope we see you next time.